question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
What's going on, folks? Will Stewart here with another late night THFC Rams post-match show. 안녕하세요. 여기 와서서 감사합니다. 반갑습니다. 여러분들, 오늘은 할 말이 없으니까 제가 그냥 한국말 할 거예요. 영어 말고요, 한국말 할 거예요. 하루 종일. 농담이에요, 농담. I said since I don't have anything to say, I'm just gonna speak Korean the entire show. Yeah, 2-0. We lost 2-0 to Sporting today. I mean, what do you say? What do you say to that? We'll get talking into the game today. To be honest with you, did I cut myself shaving? Looks like I did. That's not good. But Joe Roden with more league goals than Son, though. Yeah, that's true. 안녕하세요, 고구마님. That's I don't know. 잘 모르겠어요, 저도 잘 모르겠어요. But we do have some guests to bring in, and we'll get the show started. But before we do, let's say hello to the folks in the chat before we start bringing some folks in. First off, first chat of the day. Can't wait for this. The Assassinator, he's backstage. Hassan is in the house. Tottenham boy Stell, do you think someone will be mentioned? I'm sure it'll come up at some point. Pak Tae-hoon 씨는 Emerson out. And he says, 손흥민, 페리시치 같이 있으면 안 됩니다. You can't play with Perisic. I don't know. It could be the case. Who else we got? Sashant Bouchal in the house tonight. Eric Hudson, frustrated. Tottenham fan XD. Barcelona had a bad day and Tottenham had a bad day. You got a double whammy there. Tottenham fan XD. Barcelona getting the snot kicked out of them by Bayern Munich. So much for that striker conundrum there. I guess it didn't pay off. Who else we got? My Lost Temple's in the house. NS Sports TV's in the house as well. Big up. Shamu Van Spurs, long time no see, buddy. Shamu's in the house. Woo! That's for you, Shamu. We got Chris Cranston as well. Woke up at 2:40 in the AM to watch that crap. By the way, sometimes hard to be a Spurs fan from Australia. That it is. I know. I used to live in Korea, and it's difficult to be there one sometime. Deck W in the house as well. Tan is in the house as well. K는 못해도 왜 욕은 안 먹습니까? Why don't people cuss Kane out whenever he plays for them? I do. I cuss him out. Goguma's in the house. Big up Will Nim. Big up yourself, Goguma Nim. Who else is here? Reload Triple XXXXX. Big up my man. Lloyd Coy's 1882. Big up fella. Who else we got here? Emerson out again. I'm gonna put that one up there just for fun. And then Gina Kim. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요, Gina Kim. 와서서 감사합니다. But yeah, let's get into the show. We have 40 people watching. Make sure you do hit that like and subscribe button. Should be at 40 likes already. Come into the stream, hit the like button, hit subscribe if you haven't already. I mean, that's what we do. But let's start bringing in some of the guests. So let's, and the link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to join the show. But let's bring in our first guest of the night. The first guest of the night is not a Tottenham fan, but a football fan. One who may have some things to say about some other topics. Maybe it's, all of us Americans. He could be unhappy with Americans right now too. But let's bring him on to the show. Where's my other button? There it is. From the UK, staying up late with us tonight. If you haven't subscribed to NS Sports already, go check him out on YouTube. Nippon Sharma's in the house. What's up, Mr. Nippon?
I'm good. Look, all banter aside, I'm not gonna rinse your team like a lot of other fans will, because I know how shit we are as well. Because look, I'm not going to laugh. I could realistically rip your team a new one, but I'm not going to, because I know we're in the mud as much as you are. We lost our opening game.
That you did. Liverpool did too. Yeah. So
look, and plus we have a new manager as well. And I honestly think, look.
For people who don't know, Nippon here supports Chelsea, so that's what we're talking.
You guys weren't great today, but look, I'm not going to rinse your team like a lot of other rival fans will. I'm not going to look. I do my talking after the match. So I'm not going to come here cursing out Tottenham or Arsenal. And look, if
you can cuss out Arsenal. You can cuss out Arsenal.
Yeah. Look, I can. But my Chelsea hat will definitely curse out Arsenal. But my football hat will wait until the game's played.
Yeah. Well, let's bring in some more guests. The next one is the Assassinator. He assassinates people. Hopefully not us while we're watching the show. Don't assassinate us. Assad is in the house. Everybody in the audience, big him up. Folks at home, your quick thoughts on the match tonight, Mr. Hassan.
Yeah. Look, I am a Spurs fan, so I will be the first to rip into us. It was a dreadful performance, horrific performance, whatever word you want to use to describe it. It is that. I know people are going to come on here and they're going to go on Son again. But I think everyone, Kane, Richarlison was just as poor. I think the only person who could leave that. Yeah, I think Kane was actually worse than Son. Couldn't pick a pass to save his life.
Yeah, but no one's gonna curse him because he's the England captain.
Yeah, they have to. It's because take away Kane's 5 goals, which have all been tap-ins or free headers, and he's been just as poor as Son.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a goal scorer who only scores tap-ins, or someone who tries from 30 yards out but doesn't score at all?
No, I mean, I get what you mean.
I'll take the guy that scores.
I want him to be scoring goals. I want him to be scoring goals. But
it could be the shittest goal, scrappiest goal, but he scores 30 goals a season and barely has a wonder goal in him.
No, I'd have to look at the average distance on his goals this season, but yeah, they haven't been good.
Kane just has a different role for us, and he's scoring goals. I'm not, taking that away from him, but usually he adds a bit more for us with his passing range, and that hasn't been up to scratch. So that's what I'm knocking him down for. Not the fact that he's scored goals. I'm just saying that if you take those goals apart, his performance as a whole has been similar on Son's level.
I think it's something like 75% of Tottenham's goals this season have been headers.
Yeah.
Look, it's something. Look, I always used to say this as a neutral. That something very underrated about Harry Kane is his link-up play.
Yeah.
It's
But
good to
now a
link
lot
up,
of
but
people are
hold that
seeing
thought.
it.
Hold that thought. We can't get too deep into the woods because we do have other guests to bring in, and they're patiently waiting in the back. They're patiently waiting in the back, and for this guest, people need to turn on the signal. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should get to know what I'm talking about. Chasing all of the Sun fans down the high road of Tottenham. Countering all the fallacies on Twitter, Facebook, and wherever else they may lie. Fighting for justice, peace, and the American way. That's Superman. C cubed, everybody!
I'm chasing the Sun fans. I feel like I'm chasing
The
the
Sun haters is what I meant to say, but I screwed it up.
You need to work on your intros, man.
I told you I need to make a script.
About her.
Hey, go.
I told you I need to make a script. This is C
Yeah, you need to make
cubed.
a script, dude. Making it up as you go along.
Yeah, I was just freestyling it, baby, freestyling.
Hey, go.
Hey, how are you all?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, could be better. Could be better. Oh.
But what are your thoughts?
I think
your
there's
quick
losses
thoughts.
coming.
Quick thoughts on the score. I got two more people to bring in. Quick thoughts on the day before we move on to the next one.
I have lost sleep every time for a game. Every time I've had to like wake up early or something for each game this because of the time difference this season, and I've regretted it.
9:45, not too early.
And I regretted it again this time.
45.
I thought about it too. I was like, maybe I should just nap and like miss it because we're gonna play like shit anyway, so I can catch up on it later. And exactly happened, and I still watched it as it played.
Yeah, I watched that out of half of one eye. I happened to be at the driving range with my wife.
Life as a fan.
Threw it on for the first half. Then I watched it while we were walking through.
It was 2:45 for
Sam's
me
Club
in the morning. It's,
To be a Spurs fan is to be a masochist.
East Coast not so bad. The only ones that are hard are the 7:30 a.m. ones, but those are the 4:30 a.m. ones for you. So
Yep.
And
I can't
people
be
who live
complaining.
in the Far East, like Japan and South Korea.
see, for me, I mean, it's easier for me to stay up.
Oh,
Like
you're
two-
Australian assassin.
Yeah,
yeah. So it was 2:45 a.m. for me.
Yeah,
for this
2:45 a.m. for me, that's no problem. Staying up to watch it is no problem. Getting up at 7:30 is way harder for me than staying up till 2:30.
I have to be up
Fair
at 12 p.m. UK.
But I'm gonna have to buy new Spurs tops. My sleeves don't fit anymore. Just saying. But we do have some more guests to bring in. So let's bring in the next one. The next one, you got to be careful if you're a bad guy, if you're an evil villain. Put these in alphabetical order, and I still can't find people's names.
Captain America?
Not Captain America, hailing from the UK, but transplanted over into Canada.
Oh, I know.
The Canadian version of 007, which is like 700. But it's woke. If it's from Canada, it's got to be woke. Jason.
I know who it is. I know who it is.
What's going on, Jason?
Can assure everyone, I am definitely not woke.
You're the only one in Canada. You and Scott. That's
Right.
it.
And Abdul, isn't Abdul from Canada?
Yeah, Abdul's pretty cool too.
What's up, Brian?
Hey,
Wait,
But
that's not
Jason, your
Brian?
quick thoughts before we go. It's not Brian, it's Jason Groves.
My thoughts on that game, that it was just,
I warned you. Just so you know, I warned you, Jason, before you got into it.
You did. It was just abject boredom. Like, that was a boring game of football to watch. Our passages of play were, as per usual, slow. Like, there just doesn't seem to be any fluidity to our game. Do you know what I mean? Like, our passing is not good. It's just not. Any kind of ball we tried to put through was like overhit. And I'm sorry, man. I'm not sorry, but like, can we not play Emerson anymore? Can we just say that's a failed experiment and move on
He'll
with
start
life?
next game. He'll start next game.
Oh,
We
I
can
know
go
he
on for
will, but
hours and
like,
hours, but he'll start next game.
I just don't see how like, how could Jed Spence be any worse?
Yeah. And
Like,
people are going to
how?
say, oh, but defensively, Jed Spence isn't good. Perisic and Emerson both got skinned like so many
Well, I mean,
times.
Emerson
today.
lost that's the first goal, right? So
Exactly. Even Perisic,
Like,
I thought he was poor defensively as well. So
what was
Jed
the
Spence
second
can't be
one?
worse.
Can't remember.
he was, but he offers something
Got
going
nutmegged.
forward. Like,
Yeah,
I am
exactly.
sick and tired of every time he's there, he's open, but no one wants to give him the ball because they know what's going to happen. They just get the ball straight back to him again.
He
Nothing.
had two good
like,
chances as well.
But guys,
And
let's
he
have it
fucked them.
right. Let's have it right. Perisic ain't even a fullback. He's
Yeah, he's a
actually a
left winger
winger
converted
playing
to
as
a
a
left wing back.
fullback. So,
Yeah.
Left wing back.
Perisic
yeah.
wasn't great today, but I don't think anybody was really good today. But I didn't think he was
yeah.
horrible. Emerson was
Yeah.
straight up.
I was just pointing out that like defensively,
was
even
straight up
Perisic wasn't good. So Spence isn't
and
going
the
to be
front
some.
three,
Yeah.
like the front three, none of them covered themselves in glory. Not a single fucking one of them.
I think Kane had the best game out of the three, but
but
nobody was exciting. Yeah.
By his standards, Will, his touch and his pass was bad.
Yeah.
Like it just by his
Hugo's
standards.
the only one who did well.
Who?
Like Hugo.
Hugo Lloris?
He had a couple of good saves.
Yeah, he had some good saves. He
I mean,
stopped Edwards,
Kulu looked sharp when he come on.
Yeah, he's looked sharp.
Why
in the
didn't he
last few
start?
games. He doesn't start.
You need
Why
to
didn't he
ask Conte
start?
that question. That nobody
Everyone's
knows.
Because Richarlison played really well in the last Champions League game, and in fact scored both of the two goals. So that's why.
But Kulu has been playing well for when
Not in
did
the
he join
league.
you guys?
Kulu hasn't been doing that well in the league this season, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he started off well,
average.
then he kind of tapered off a little bit.
The first game against Southampton, he played really well. After that, it's been kind of him and Son have both been kind of struggling on both sides, to be honest with you.
I mean,
But we do have more
don't you
guests to
think
bring in.
dropping-
We got more guests to bring in, so I got to bring in the next one. The next guest, we got some royals in the house tonight, and we all know how Will Stewart feels about royalty. I love him. Ellie's in the house. Tottenham till I die. Queen Ellie is in the house. What's going on, Miss THFC till I die? Sorry, I read that wrong. Tell us your quick thoughts on the match today before we bring in the next guest.
Can you hear us, Ellie?
Or we'll just go ahead and bring in the next guest. She's also royalty, at least on this channel. The Empress herself, all the way from Mean Gook. Gogamanim is in the house. Big up to the go.
Hey,
My
go,
favorite
go.
person in the whole world.
Hi, Nipun. Hi, Asan.
Hello.
Cubie. Hi, Jason, Ellie, Will님, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so sorry. I thought the one with the Batman emoji was Go Go. Sorry, what's your name?
Cubed? The one I told you was cubed twice?
I know you called me Gogama. I just or Gogo. I just ignored you. I didn't want to correct you.
Sorry.
I decided to ignore you.
No, you should have corrected me.
It's okay. I mean,
It's
I
all
would.
good.
Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, there are worse things you
I
could have
wouldn't
been
mind
called.
to be mistaken as the beautiful Gogama.
What's up, everyone?
I like to be mistaken for the beautiful Goguma as well. Sorry, that never happened. That never happens. I'm lying.
Have you ever been told that you look a bit like Sean Dyche?
Me look like Sean Dyche. I look way better looking than Sean Dyche. And
Yeah.
first of all, I am not a redhead.
Yeah,
I'm not.
you have a.
I have a red beard.
I mean, your beard looks a bit like his.
My beard is a bit red, yes. Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you
We can
now.
hear you loud and clear.
Hi, Ellie.
Well, hello, Goguma. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm
How is
fine.
everybody? Good, good, good.
Doing
Well,
great.
well, I would say that performance was probably the worst performance of the season. And it's made me very sad because I'm fresh from France, from Larice country in Nice. I came back yesterday and I had to witness that rubbish. Do you know what, Will? I'm a Spurs fan, but there's only certain performances I can take. So I watched the whole thing, but I was feeling really sick after it. Like I wanted to vomit.
Mm-hmm.
Ellie, how did you feel like your husband did? Your hubby?
My husband's a QPR fan.
Right, so you're
he's
married into
You
so
know
you're
what I
in a
mean.
family that has different fans.
You know exactly what I'm
no.
talking about. You're
She's
She's
dodging.
talking
Sad.
about Højbjerg. She's talking about Højbjerg, Ellie. She's talking about Højbjerg.
Yeah, ahoy beer.
I said your hubby.
He made me feel sick as well. I wanted
None
to
of them
vomit
could
even
string
more
a
from
pass
his
together.
performance. Honestly, it was like he was drunk. The whole team played like they were drunk.
Yeah.
I thought Bentancur had a decent game. Other than
He was okay. He
Yeah.
was okay.
At the start, he started swinging some passes, but after that, he
Tried.
vanished, in my
I
opinion.
like watching Bentancur though because he's very elegant, whereas Højbjerg's not so elegant. But he done some good things, but mostly bad.
Well,
So
he
the
made a
stats will
couple of
say
good
the stats will
passes
say
to
that
the
Perisic is the best on the day, but
Yes.
for me, Bentancur was the best for me. But
Well, if we're
I
real,
think on a
we're just
par.
basically comparing trash versus garbage.
huh?
Have
Bentancur,
it right.
No, Bentancur was pretty good today.
Bentancur was pretty good. I thought Perisic played really well and he done a superb pass that Harry Kane normally puts away, and he just
Yeah, that was a bit
missed it.
disappointing.
Yeah,
He's just
it
slow to
was.
react.
Yeah, he was. That's the whole performance. Slow to react.
Yeah, we'll bring up
So,
the stats here in a minute. And,
Do you guys still think you're getting out the group?
yeah,
Oh
Yes.
yes.
we're second in the
Yeah,
group
I
right
mean,
now.
you have to, at this stage, you have to think that after one loss, you can't simply, just push that aside.
That's
we're
right.
getting out the group.
It's going to be a lot
think-
tougher than
I think,
we all
we'll
thought.
win our home games. I believe we're going to win
Yes.
our home games.
Yeah.
That much I do believe.
Yeah, I think all the
Yeah.
teams are quite we're poor. Sporting weren't that great. Frankfurt aren't that great. Marseille aren't that great. But whenever you have the fans behind you, they give you a little push. And I think at the end, the Sporting fans were really trying to get the team going, and the rest is history. So I think
Actually,
we'll manage.
And I mean, it was just
a rough game.
even though we played poorly for most of the game, if not all of it, there was a spell in the first half. I think after about the 10th or 15th minute where we started to play pretty well and control the
first
game.
10
Yeah.
minutes of the first half and the second half, for some reason, we decided to play properly. Then after that, we're just that's enough.
I
We
mean,
flatlined.
I'm going to be straight with you. At no point during that game did I think we were going to lose. Up until
extra
Yeah.
time when they scored two goals in
right
30
but
seconds.
Was you worried really at any
No,
point
no,
that the game was
not-
out of
no.
I think-
control?
Not until
I
the
think
last
that's-
15-20 minutes, but
That
Right.
second goal, I think, is the first time under Conte I've seen us really just break down. We've always under Conte, we've got this sort of if you can't win it, don't lose it. And
Yeah.
for the first time in that second goal, we sort of just lost
well, it's
it.
our first loss of the season.
Yeah.
Just the mentality sort of just reverted back to what it's
Actually,
always been
It's our
for the first time.
loss in about 12 games, isn't it? 13 games.
I mean, if you go back into the last
Yeah.
Something like
season,
that.
You guys are still unbeaten in the league. if I'm
Yeah.
not
Don't know how we
mistaken.
managed that
yeah,
one.
unbeaten in the league.
Yeah.
It's us and City are the only two unbeaten teams in the league right now.
We're on run for an
Yeah, one of
invincible
them,
season.
and as crazy as this sounds, I'm gonna say it right here. I think you guys will beat City. Is it at the Etihad or White Hart Lane?
It would have
No,
been at the
it's
Etihad, but
yeah.
it got canceled because of the Queen's funeral. So we have Leicester this weekend if that goes
Oh.
through, but we won't know
No,
till Friday.
Leicester's going through. Leicester's going through.
I
Premier
thought
League
that they
announced
weren't going to
it.
make an official decision until Friday.
I
Yeah.
think they've. I think
Leicester's going
well,
through.
I'm
But-
pretty
but
sure
yeah, if
they.
City
They're
goes
selling
through.
tickets for it. just
Are they
put it
still?
that way.
Well,
But if
The-
City
the-
goes ahead, I expect you guys to win. You guys are their bogey team.
I mean,
the-
we're on
the
Saturday,
Chelsea
right?
game-
So we
the
don't have to
Chelsea
play
game,
till.
the Chelsea,
It's a
Liverpool,
little-
United, Leeds are postponed.
I would say it's a
The
little
rest
bit
of us are
different
done.
because this year they have Holland.
Condolences for your loss.
Previous years, they didn't have Holland. Now they have Holland. Plus, our back line is pretty weak, and I really worry about.
I mean, our backline's the same as last year. I mean, last time we versed them.
No, but Romero
Plus
didn't.
long
I
way.
mean, am I the only, did anyone
Yeah,
hear
Romero's been off.
Romero
Romero's
had
been
a
off.
good game?
No, Romero was
No.
awful
He's been
today.
off. No.
No, he was
What?
Ever
terrible.
since
Good.
ever since he's been back from that injury,
The whole back
he's-
line
he's
was
just
awful.
He
In
just
fact,
seems like
he wasn't that great at the weekend. Sorry, at
yeah.
the last game
Ever
either.
since that injury, I don't know whether it's he's not trying to get injured before the international break. It just doesn't seem like he's putting in 100% as he used to. He just
You
seems
know,
kind of half-assed.
Do you not think he's just trying not to injure himself
Yeah, I
for
think that's an
when he
option
plays
as well
for Argentina?
international. Yeah,
Maybe.
I said that, so that could be an
No,
option.
why? It's just
Yeah,
two
but
you wanna play
games
for your
that don't
country.
mean anything before the.
He wants
World
to
Cup.
play for his country.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
but-
mean, these are like
If you were
pre-World
a
Cup
football,
friendlies.
or
They
in
don't
your
mean
case,
anything.
soccer player,
Well, the other
and
thing
you
is
were a month away from the World Cup, would you risk an injury? for
You might want to save
and
yourself
end
for
up
the
not
World
going
Cup,
to
but it's not for.
USMNT?
Hold on, you might want to save yourself for the World Cup, but not for the September window. I mean, that's just
yeah,
silly.
and then the World Cup is still like a couple months away. Like there's still time, so it's not. I mean, it's possible. We don't know
Middle
what's in it.
November.
Possible.
Yeah,
I personally
yeah,
that has more to do with him coming back from injury.
yeah, he hasn't been the same since then.
Yeah.
And
And
I don't know. Oh, yeah, wait, you go ahead.
I was going to say, if I was the Argentinian manager and I saw Romero play like that, I wouldn't choose him for my team. I would say, no way. He's not playing to the standard
Yeah.
of Spurs, yet alone Argentina. I wouldn't play him.
I think he's
But
got a
would
little
he
bit
judge
of
him after
credit,
one
but-
game?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
he's got
I
a
know,
little credit,
because-
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Well,
Maybe-
actually, it's two
Maybe,
games.
but still.
It's 2 games. The last 2
yeah.
games, he's been pretty. I'm not saying
been
he's a
pretty
bad
poor.
player. The same way I'm
Yeah,
not
he's
saying
not.
Kane's son or Richardson's
Yeah, just the
bad player.
performance.
I'm just
yeah.
saying they're not playing up to the standard that we all
Yeah,
know
of course,
they can
of
play
course.
to.
Let's take a look.
And
Let's take a look.
I
Let's
just
take a
want to
look real
quickly.
quick.
Especially Kane's passing.
What-
Kane's
Oh.
passing was awful.
What pushed Conte to put Ben
Wait,
Davies over long way?
How does he get a 7 out of 10?
Who? Harry Kane.
Harry Kane.
No.
Go into the actual stats because
Long balls. He's
Jesus, look
decent
at that
amount of long
passing.
balls.
Look at that
He
pass
lost
accuracy.
heck.
He's in the
He lost.
60s.
Yeah, pass accuracy in the 60s. Lost possession 19 times.
Yeah.
The key passes, the shots. Because I don't think we had what 2 shots on target, and he was one of them.
No, we had
So, I
5
mean-
shots on target.
Did we have 5 shots on target?
Yeah, we had 5. They had 6. We had 5.
Yeah, and then so I mean he's not nothing.
Oh,
There's just
wait.
some really bad things. He gave the ball away quite a
Emerson has
bit,
a
19
7?
times.
Right,
Oh,
guys.
Yeah, Emerson's on a
God.
7, but that's because he got a lot of
Oh,
touches. But you got Richarlison
Oh,
here.
okay.
Big chances missed. He had that one that he should have scored.
The header.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys.
Shots on target, shots off target, shots blocked. What's up, man?
Yeah, it's very well. It's like 3:50 a.m. in London. I've got to be up pretty soon, so I've got to love you and leave you.
Sounds good, my friend. Thank you very much.
Can I shout out can I plug my socials?
Absolutely,
before
you
I
can.
leave?
Absolutely, you can.
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram on Nippon with 4 I's and 3 U's. You can find me on my other Instagram at Nippon Reviews Lifestyle. You can find me on Twitter at the Nippon Sharma and NS Sports 93 my YouTube in Twitter. And you can find me on YouTube on my main channel, NS Sports TV. We're on the road to 1K. Road to 1K is in full swing. Where I do football content and a podcast, but less regularly so because now I have a full-time job. But I do still upload whenever I can. And my other channel, which is a lifestyle channel called the British Lifestyle Blogger, which I do everything other than football. That can be reviewing restaurants, that could be reviewing flights, that could be everything. Could be anything.
Sounds like fun.
So yeah,
That's a good channel.
Yeah, I'll message whoever I have on Twitter, I'll message you the link for that channel.
Yeah, just throw some stuff into the comments or whatever too. Let people know where at least the name of the channel they can search and find it. But thanks for coming on, fellow man. We appreciate it.
See you later.
Bye.
Later, buddy.
See ya. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. A little Saturday Night Live reference for people that are old enough. But like Richarlison here, played the full game, shot on target, a lot of shots. Shots on target, shots off target too, 1 block shot. Big chance missed. 48 touches, 76% passing accuracy, 2 key passes. Aerial duels were pretty good. Ground duels were really bad. Possession loss 15. That's not great either. Was offsides a bunch today.
Yeah, runs weren't.
He was offside so many times.
Yeah, I mean 3 times. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Even the one he scored, he was offside by quite a bit.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Sunny Sun played 72 minutes, 6.8. Dribbles attempts was fairly decent on the dribble today. Didn't get on the ball a whole lot. 37 touches, 78% accuracy on his passes. 1 key pass. Not so good on the crosses today. Couldn't find anybody. Pretty good on the ground duels today defensively. Out of the front 3, the least amount of possession lost. Was fouled quite a bit of times. And defensively was okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, Sun was not involved at all today going forward.
But he helped out.
But he wasn't bad. Like, he wasn't bad in the defensive side of things. But he's not a defender, unfortunately.
I don't know what drove Conte to put Ben Davies over Longley. I felt that decision was, especially in the UCL game, I don't see where that came. I thought Davies was, along with the back line, kind of useless.
Maybe Ben was feeling a little bit left out. He hadn't played in a couple games.
Longley wasn't even on the bench though, was he?
Oh yeah, he was. He was warming up in the first half. I thought he was going to come on for Ben because Ben was playing so bad in the first half. It wasn't even funny. But we do have another guest to bring on to the show. First time caller today, but not the first time for people. People all over the shows. Gets to use my intro for today. I don't know why, it just happened to be on. Let's bring him in. Leo Poise 1882 is in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Leo.
Big up, my man.
Well,
All right, Leo.
what's going on, Queen? How you doing?
I'm all right.
Nice to meet you, my man. Nice to meet you. I've seen you on the
You too,
YouTubes,
bro.
but I've never been on a stream with you before. So
Right. And I've been trying to get on, bro. Just shit hasn't been aligned right, and I just got home right now, seen you were on, and I decided to pop that cherry, bro. So I appreciate you very much. So
there you go. I'm good at it. I do it to a lot. Just playing.
So, I heard there was a game today. Was I misinformed?
There was a game today. Yes, there was.
I don't know what you're talking about, Leo. What game?
Yeah,
What game?
I
My
was
memory has
watching
been erased.
Do yourself
Yeah.
a favor. Don't watch it.
All right,
I
but
watch it, bro.
let's look at the Mr. Emerson Royale with a 7 here, and
Oh
I'm gonna tell you, I looked at this a little
God.
bit. The numbers come from tackles, most likely, probably, but a lot of those tackles again were ones he created the situation in the first place. Ground duels were decent, but that's about it, man.
Dribbles
Passing
attempted
wise, pretty poor. Touches really didn't get on the ball a whole lot himself. He had one key pass. Dribble pass twice.
You know why he doesn't get a lot of the
say he's
ball?
good
'Cause
defensively.
no one wants to give him the ball.
Yeah. There's times where Romero's just there. He's like sees Emerson. He's like, let me just
Yeah,
pass it back
and
to
just
Eric Dyer.
he looks at him and
Just pass it
goes,
to
"What's
Dyer.
the point?"
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had one attempted dribble as a right wing back. One.
I'd rather pass to Emerson than Eric Dyer because Eric Dyer is crap at passing. Sorry, at least Emerson can pass 5 yards.
Can he? I mean, if it's
He
backwards,
can.
yeah.
5 yards, but
backwards.
6 yards is pushing it
I
a
don't
bit.
know.
I mean, for the eye test, the reason why people are going to be really mad at him is for those here. People can't really see it because I got it this way, but is these dribble pass stats, right?
Yeah.
This right here, and especially because one of them cost us a goal when he got
Yeah.
dribble passed on the touchline or baseline.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that one there is going to really be the deal that causes people to hate him for that. Which those are two really big moments. I mean, not that we only in this joking,
But he'll start anyway next week against Leicester. So
probably.
You know that header that he didn't score with, that he headed into the ground?
he had 2 chances.
Yeah.
And he missed
Yeah,
both.
but the first one that he headed into the ground that
Yeah.
went to the keeper. I don't know if anyone saw it on the TV, but Conte lost his shit.
Yeah, I saw that.
He lost his mind.
It's his fault. He
Yeah.
can lose his mind, scream, put his hands
I
in the air,
wanted
but
him
he's
to
the one who's
hook him
starting him.
off. Oh, he is.
I don't know, but I feel like he had a lot more chances than other than Richarlison. I felt like, especially in the first half,
second goal I
Emerson
got passed by. Yeah.
more chances to score than either Kane or Son. He
The
just
first goal and the
doesn't
second goal
matter if
happened
he
right
gets
next to each other.
chances,
So
because
I mean,
he
Emerson.
doesn't take him.
I mean, he did Gaguma, but my problem with him is in the role he's playing, he should be getting down and putting crosses in, and he
But
doesn't do that.
The
Like,
issue
he's not
is,
competent enough.
Emerson was brought in for the Nuno system as a right back, right? And not an amazing right back at that. He's now being asked to somehow learn all this attacking prowess and become this amazing
hold on.
wing back.
I don't buy this story though. Hold on. I don't buy this story though, son.
Okay,
No, I don't
so-
buy the story because this is why what we were led to believe when we signed Nuno was that that he had to go in for an interview and he had to be shown how a three in the back system worked and how effective Nuno was with a 3 in the back system. He had to go in and like convince. He had to go out and convince Daniel Levy. Like he had to sit down with Paratici and convince Daniel Levy that he could play that style. Paratici, like all of these rumors. If you go back, go back before we signed Nuno, it was 3 in the back, 3 in the back, 3 in the back. We were signing people for that type of a system, not for a 4-2-3-1, but for a 3 in the back system.
Before the back, didn't we
I
play
only
that
question
under Nuno?
about.
No, we never played 3 at the back under Nuno.
Sorry, 4 at the back. So okay.
We played 4
Either
at the
way,
back. Yeah.
Either way, Emerson just. I don't know what.
Ellie,
like,
you're a little
you
hot on the
said-
mic there, my love.
Yeah. It's
Just
like, I don't know
a
who was
poor
saying, but they were saying Conte got angry and put his hands up. At the end of the day, it's his own fault, right? He can get angry all he wants, but he's the one who's been playing Emerson for 8 games straight. So I have no sympathy for Conte getting angry because it's his own fault for choosing the guy, and it's his own fault for not requesting a better right wing back.
That's true. The second part I agree with.
So
And I.
Well, okay, so I was gonna say that I think that, and it's not that I'm not blaming Conte because I think like him just like taking Emerson and acting like it's okay and everything. Like it's not okay. But that being said, I do think that he does have limited options, and we should like also keep that in mind. It just because I don't think that Doherty, obviously I don't know for sure, but I don't think that Doherty is 100% fit. And so I don't think that he feels like Doherty can play like fully, or like he might re-injure himself, because even in preseason, he played like everybody. He played Hill, he played, Papa Matasar, he played everybody, and he barely played Doherty.
Mora.
And Mora, and he barely played Doherty, even though Doherty did have some solid games last season, right? So his injury with his knee is like a really bad injury. So I think that's the reason why he's not paying.
We need Mora back. The only games he plays well in are Champions League games.
The other option, the other option
is Spence.
Yeah, and everybody's like, Pelly Spence. Honestly, for me, like I don't.
Conte ain't playing Spence.
I haven't like seen enough of Spence and seen like the way he trains or anything like that. All I know is that Conte clearly thinks of him as a club signing. He doesn't think he's ready, and that is what it is that he thinks. So even if we disagree with that, in Conte's mind, he does not have options. So that's the reason why he keeps playing Emerson. That he doesn't have options.
I just like he's gonna keep saying club signing. He's not experienced enough, but he's not gonna get any experience if he doesn't play him at all. I mean, play him against Fulham, right? That's a championship team. Playing against Nottingham Forest, that's a championship team.
He did play against Nottingham Forest a little bit.
For 8 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah, out of necessity, right? Because Bentancur got injured, otherwise he wouldn't have gone in.
Actually, he put a good tackle in, didn't he? If I remember rightly.
Yeah, had a good shot too, I think. But
he did.
He played him at.
What I've seen so far of him, I like.
He played him at right wing as well, so clearly he's okay with him going forward. Maybe it's the tactics. He's not experienced or defensively.
I'm not saying Spence is the answer or the second coming of Christ. The fact is, we don't know. Like, we don't know. Yeah. We don't see him train, as Cube said. Like, we don't. But, like, all I'm saying is, I can't believe in my soul that he can be any worse
than Emerson.
Currently have. Yeah. So why not give him a go? Because it can't get any worse.
Can I just say?
I have a question for you guys.
Go ahead, Liam. And then,
is there any other player at Tottenham Hotspur that could play that right wing back better than Emerson? Or are we just fucked in the sense that Emerson is what we have?
The kit man could play that position better than
right. So I just don't understand what kind of pact he has or what kind of voodoo is. I'm running out of words to explain feelings that I get when I see.
I think he would probably.
I don't understand.
There. I think he'd play Lucas there if he wasn't.
Yeah, Lucas is injured.
It's
Lucas
the
would
same
probably be playing there.
That makes it so that it still takes free kicks, but he didn't take one today. But I
get one today.
He's still on it. He's still on them. He still does take them. So the same voodoo that makes Emerson play and start is the same one that apparently.
Yeah, I think you'd see more there. Because Moore didn't Moore play right wing back in the league once too earlier this year? I think he did.
He just came.
He didn't.
Is it Doherty on the bench?
Doherty's on the bench, but I don't think he feels like he obviously doesn't have confidence in him.
What about Kulusevski?
That's what I was saying. Decky
could done it a couple times.
Yeah. He's played right wing back before. He gives us that creativity, pushes the ball forward.
Surely Decky would add something to the right wing.
Perisic, Kulusevski, Son, Kane, Richarlison. That's your front five.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's what I would do.
Or even put in.
It solves the sit Son problem too, because who would you rather sit, Son or Emerson?
Exactly.
That's a good
Nobody's arguing in that one. I'm telling you now.
I got into an argument on Twitter with two people who were arguing with me about that. They literally were like, I would sit Son, and we need Emerson for his defensive because he's good defensively. And I was like,
Son was better than Emerson defensively today.
They were like, we need him there defensively. We don't trust Decky to do the work defensively. I was like, Decky can beat a man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly,
You know
I've
what,
literally in some of the groups I'm in, I've literally saw people say we had a good game today, and I'm like, what match was you watching?
Dude, there's a lot of people. But here's another one. I want to get back to the statistics real quick on the players just before we play rating stuff like that. But before the show goes too far off into the forest. The what I would say statistically the best number 6 in the top 6 last season. And yes, I'll fight that argument all day long. Mr. Pierre Mahorberg had a stinker today. Had a stinker.
That pass
was
to
not
the
pretty
ball
on the
boy
eye.
was spectacular in the second half.
He did an
That was a
Emerson
beaut.
pass.
Long
I
balls,
saw
pass
Emerson do a
wise.
pass like that at White Hart Lane.
Yeah, but like the pass
I
accuracy
was
depends
crying.
on what type of passes they were. Like how many
Yeah, I mean,
passes did he
most of them
actually
are short
progress
stuff, but on
forward?
his long balls, you can see, like, out of the 7 passes that he didn't complete, 3 of those were long balls, which is normally, what we need him to do. But for me, this is the one that really got me, was the aerial duels. Right? He's usually, or ground duel, rather. He's usually a ground duel king, but he was getting turned today.
Yeah.
He was getting turned.
I mean, we have to give credit to
have
Sporting.
a
Whenever
word
they
with
got the
him.
ball, their passing was slick. They got the ball, they're doing little 1-2s, little skills. You gotta give it to them. They
He was crap.
so
They have
many
3.
times. No,
Did Sporting have 3 in the middle?
No, they played the same formation as us, but
No,
I think
they played-
maybe
Did they?
one player might have snuck into that midfield, like just as
Okay.
they might have, because there was so many times where their centre
Yeah,
backs
they
got
played
the
a
ball, and
3-4-3 too.
they just bypassed our midfield. Like the ball just went past Bentancur and Højbjerg, and they were just looking, sideways, like, oh wait, the ball's gone behind me. And then when we got the ball, it's just sideways, backwards, sideways, lost the ball, and repeat.
But we've got who I thought was our best player on the day, Mr. Bentancur here. Was on the ball quite a bit. Maybe that's why I liked him, right? My eyeballs, because I saw him on the ball a lot, and he didn't do anything that made me pull my hair out. 79 touches, 50% on his long balls, 88% on all of his other passes, quite a few amount of passes completed. Had a shot off target, had a shot that was blocked, 2 for 2 on his dribbles, over 50% on his ground duels, 100% on his aerial duels, didn't lose the ball a whole lot. You got stuck in, blocked shots, interceptions, 4 tackles, didn't get dribbled past. So for me, Bentancur was the man of the match today, but he wasn't great either.
Especially early, I think you saw.
Sorry, 2 people at the same time?
Yeah, I think especially early, you saw he was trying to be the more progressive. Like he'd take the ball in the half turn and just like whip his leg across and try and push the ball forward. So that was good to see. At least someone's trying to be progressive in the midfield. But yeah, I think he tried the hardest and probably did deserve man of the match.
And TB, my man, if you don't like stats, you're subscribed to the wrong channel, my friend.
Yeah, that is true.
Ivan Perisic. Go ahead, Cubed.
No, he had a decent game, Bentancur, but his shooting was. He can't shoot. What's wrong with him? He's a footballer and he can't even shoot the ball on target. Come on.
Well, our man Højbjerg has a hard time shooting as well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but he scored 2 goals this season.
That he has. He'll score 2 to 3 every season. Doesn't mean. And he has
Let's wait and see, Will. You can't judge.
It's quite a bit of missed ones though too. So
there was that poor guy that was on the wrong end of Bentancur's shot though, knocked the wind out of him.
The blocked one,
Yeah, the one.
Yeah, he did.
He caught me with his neck.
He leathered that one.
Yeah, he got it in the knackers, in the nether regions.
It looked to be on target though too. That one, if he wouldn't have been standing there, it might have had a chance. To be honest with you.
Oh, it definitely hit the goalpost.
Well, I mean, that's after it came off the. Nutsack. Go ahead, Cubed.
Just saying that. Perisic actually. So I thought that Bentancur was one of the better players. Like it was probably between him and Perisic. The reason why I say
Yeah.
Paris is that he just wasn't like on the ball that much, and we just didn't see him, especially in the first half. We didn't see him much.
Yeah.
But when he
Ellie,
was
you're breathing into the mic again. Thinking.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. It just sounds like you're having a hard time, and we don't want that to happen.
but
Or a
when
good time, whichever way you want to think about.
but when he was on the ball, like I think he did better, and definitely in the second half, like he looked like more dangerous. He had some pretty good like crosses in. So I feel like some of the things that we see is like, and even with Betancourt as well, like Betancourt and Perisic both, it's like that area was like overloaded. You know, nothing was going through, and they were trying really hard. And when they were able to like get on the ball, they looked like better. I feel like their touches, their passes were better, but it was just like the balls weren't coming over there because there's just too many defenders there, you know? So that's what I think it is like Perisic and Bentancur maybe like would seem like they were better, especially Perisic, if he was just on the ball more.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the ball quite a bit. I mean, 67 touches was pretty decent. Passing 74%, that's, you know, but if you look at the number of passes, 26 out of 35, so it's like what, 9 went astray.
Comparatively, if you're looking at this, I don't really like pay attention that much to Sofa score, right? I like look at the details more, but like even if you're looking at that, you can see Perisic is one of the better players on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he had the number one score today. Key passes, his crossing was pretty bad, to be honest with you. Or the people who were making bad runs. Either way, you could think about it. Long ball wise, was decent, okay. Did create the one big chance that we had.
Across the goal.
Yeah, that we muffed. And dribble attempts, okay on the dribble, pretty decent on the ground duels. Aerial duels. Lost possession quite a bit though.
Yeah.
22 times.
I think that was
he did seem a little sloppy on the ball.
Yeah, 5 tackles, 2 got dribbled past twice as well. So that's for me. Maybe that's why in my biased eyeball test, I had Bentancur over Perisic just because I saw Perisic make more mistakes, even though he may have technically done more good things than Bentancur. Bentancur did less bad things, so maybe I guess that was my my bias. But
I feel like
that's what the eye test gets you.
I feel like he did create chances.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Christian Romero, 6.4, tied for the worst player on the day. Knight played a full 90, only 1 clearance, 1 interception, and 1 tackle, and he got dribbled past once. So I mean, not a good game at all, dude. Didn't lose the ball a whole lot. He was pretty sound on that. But just didn't really. His passes were all sideways. 93%, but they were all lazy side passes. If you look, the only thing long passes, I don't think he had any, or two.
He had no snap to his tackle like he normally does.
Yeah.
He
only had
the
1
yard
tackle
behind. Right, but he just seemed the yard behind everything.
I think he's just getting back to pace with it after the injury.
Yeah, he seems slow today off it.
Will, I'd like to ask something about Romero. Do you guys remember a couple of weeks ago when he had first picked up that injury and he kept telling, the coaches that, okay, but I'm going to play still, right? He's like the warrior type that doesn't want to sit out. Do you think maybe, it is evident that he is not 100%. Do you think there's a little bit of fibbing going on his part to kind of stay relevant in that starting lineup? Because this is not the Romero that we know. And these numbers here are not the Romero numbers we're used to.
He could be half injured,
so
75%,
but,
80%.
The medical team do have to look at it and say, is he fit enough? Because sometimes they put him in there if they think, he might still be injured, but if it can't get worse, then if he's okay to play, then he might play. So that might be the thing. Maybe it can't get worse, but
Yeah, the
But
other thing, I do think he's coming back from injury, and I think that could be a factor. But also, like keeping in mind that he did go to ground, in the first half as well.
yeah, I think
So
that was more heat kind of thing because he got a water bottle and just sprayed it across his face. It seemed
yeah,
like
I
more
know.
of
Well, yeah,
fatigue.
he sprayed across the foot, but he did go to ground. Like I think there was like an actual
Oh,
like
right.
whatever,
Okay,
right?
cool.
So that like
He's
showed
got
to me like I
dizzy.
was like, okay, he's not like 100%, and he didn't look it
Yeah,
either. Like he
yeah,
did not
Yeah.
look.
And that
yeah,
guy,
he got
that guy for Sporting ran him wild on that second goal where he kind of danced around him and Emerson. You can see Romero kind of
uh,
struggling to stay with him, kind of using his
yeah,
hands to try and get on the player. And he was the player.
yeah.
Fair shout to him. I mean, he did what he needed to do and
Isn't yeah.
nutmegged Royale and got into on goal. But I see a shadow of Romero playing right now. And it's a shame because, as I might get some stick for saying this, but it was really good to see Sanchez playing and holding his weight, even though, there's arguments to say that he's a shittier defender. I mean, whatever, that's a conversation for a different day. But I almost feel that like if Romero is at 75, or let's even say 80, 85, I would still, I mean, and I'm not trying to, detour from the conversation you're having, but I would definitely think that a fit Sanchez that was, at least holding his weight and playing his part is better than an 85, maybe even a 90%
I
Romero,
think that last game that Sanchez had though was pretty
It
bad.
was
Yeah,
the problem with
Right.
I think
Sanchez is, as a footballer, he don't play football.
Sanchez,
He don't.
he's a good defender.
Yeah,
He's a
but
strong big
he's
guy, but he
absolutely
can't
a
pass.
nightmare on the
sometimes
ball. He's a
for me,
nightmare on the ball.
Sanchez is one of these guys who can come out and he can have a great performance. Like for example, 2018 World Cup, he was great for Colombia. Like I remember watching him play for Colombia that whole time. Like, wow, we got ourselves, being excited about it, right? And then you get times when he can be real bad, and when he's
Like
bad,
that West Ham game.
he's bad, right? Like that's the
He
problem
caused
with
more
Sanchez.
problems than he solved in that West Ham
Yeah,
game.
but
That's the problem with all of our players. Will all of our players are like that?
no, not
All of our
all of them
players are really
though.
good, and then well for Eric Dyer's exactly like that. Tell me not. He'll have a couple of good
Yeah,
games, and they're not 100% consistent with it, and then he'll have a fucking just a shite game. You know, um, Royale will defensively be good some games, and then just have a fucking abysmal game. You're right, man. Not everybody, but it just seems to be a
yeah.
a
The players that
reoccurring
we don't
theme
want to keep at the
for
club,
Tottenham players.
the players
Yeah,
we don't
yeah.
want to
I mean,
keep at the
there you
club are the
go.
ones, are the ones that are like that. But that's why is the inconsistency, right? We all know that they can play. They're all footballers. They all have a decent, game in there somewhere. But it's the
Apart from Emerson.
consistency, right? That's the
But
problem.
they don't all will.
But even Emerson's
Yeah.
had good games. You can't say that Emerson's never had a good game in a Spurs shirt
Yeah,
because
but
he
I'll
has.
be honest,
One
Will. I've
Go ahead.
I've
Sorry.
sorry, I've never seen not Emerson, but the other guy. I'll admit he can tackle and he's got speed for days, but I've never rated him as a player of the ball. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
whenever he
He's not a
gets
He
the
can
ball
shoot,
out of
man. He
defense-
scores. He's always getting 2 or 3 goals a season, bro.
He's not a ball
Sanchez, and he
playing
barely
center.
plays.
Sanchez.
I'm telling you, he does.
Yeah.
It's
And
just weird.
he's got a mean celebration when he scores too.
Yeah, he's like he wants to beat somebody. I like it.
Yeah,
He's just like
he's a scary guy. Scary guy.
man,
But,
for a team that wants to
for me,
pass out the
Emerson,
back.
even
Huh?
even when Emerson has like a quote good game, like for Emerson, I feel like it's because he just doesn't quite mess up as much as usual,
Yeah.
but also
He gets-
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
but also it's because in those situations he either
Defends all
he
the
had a good
time.
game
Yeah.
because he had like one or
Good
one
cross. You got
or
one good cross.
good blocks or something like that.
Yeah,
or
it's more defensively that he has good games than
and
offensively.
then everybody remembers that because they rarely see it, and then
Exactly.
otherwise they're like he had a good game, like
Except
and
for the
then
game when he scored. That was
also
funny.
usually the games like when he had a good game, it was games that he was not on the ball very much. Like they
That
just
is
like
true.
didn't pass him the ball very much.
I want to try and talk about the fact that Sporting made 2 substitutions, which both scored, while we made one.
Yeah, we'll bring
and
that
then
up in a
just
second, but
gave
I just
up.
want to get through these real quick. We're making these go way
Right.
longer than they got to because we could be done with this like an hour ago. But I appreciate the conversation. It's a good conversation. But yeah, so for him wise, didn't really wasn't really in it today defensively at all, man. Clearances, block shots, interceptions, tackles. He's usually never gets dribbles past and usually has these numbers usually in the 4s and 5s and stuff like that. So a bit disappointing from him. Eric Dyer was the best out of the bad back three. Lost the ball quite a bit, especially when you're playing central defender in the middle and you lose the ball 7 times. That's a problem.
Long balls was good.
Yeah, long balls were decent. Aerial duels were decent. Clearances. He was the main clearer on the day. Passing wise was really good. Was that Gogamo or was that somebody else?
No.
I think so.
But yeah, we've got but I mean he wasn't great either. It wasn't horrible, but and then Ben Davies, man, I thought he should have been subbed off in the first half, bro.
Woeful.
For me, this was the one that I was most upset with because you had Longley. They're warming up in the first half. Touches, passes were poor. I think worst passing actually out of the back three. I mean, okay on the long balls. No good on the dribbles. Dribble pass once. Tackles, yeah, okay. Clearance is okay. But other than that, man, aerial duels, I guess you could say was good, 100%. But Longley, you could see there was a big difference from when we had Longley playing there and when Davies played there. I don't know what it is about Longley being there, but it's almost like it's kind of like that thing. You remember when you were a kid, and if you have a dad, if you don't have a dad, I apologize, you may not catch this reference, but when your dad was home, you just kind of felt safe at night. You know what I mean? Like just your dad being there, and like when your dad's gone, like maybe he's on a business trip or something like that, you just don't sleep as well, right?
Yeah.
Like just having that.
Yeah.
I mean, unless your dad is a horrible person and beat you all the time, and then you're probably good. He's glad he's gone, but it just depends. It just depends on who your dad is.
Hey, Will. Speaking of being a dad, bro, I gotta roll out. My little girl just came into here, so I gotta go take off.
No
put her
problem.
to bed, brother.
It's bedtime. Tell her to get into
Hi,
bed.
Leo.
Yeah.
Hi, Leo.
But what's up? Bye, you guys. Hey, I appreciate I appreciate the space, bro, and I'll
Anytime,
definitely be on a different time, bro.
Yep, anytime.
So
Take care, bro.
come on, you Spurs. Thank you guys.
All right, Leah. Thank you very much for coming on, man.
I think it was
Leo's got a good
interesting-
channel. It's called Mile High Spurs. If you haven't checked it out, check it out.
I think I remember in the Fulham game when it was Romero and Longley, they were just pinging balls to each other. Like they're just, just switch of play. And when Davies is there, that just doesn't happen. So we're always like congested on one side. So like when Longley's there, I just feel like you said, it's just I don't know, just something about it.
There's just a weird comfot that's there when he's there. I don't know
I'm like,
why.
okay, he's not gonna do something like maybe he'll do something stupid in the future. We don't know, but as of now, from what I've seen, he just seems not as
Yeah, I was surprised that he didn't.
fidgety.
He didn't come in today. You know what I mean?
So weird. He was warming up and then didn't come in. I was like, what's going on?
I thought he was going to come on at halftime.
Yeah, I too. I was
We
like,
needed
what?
I'll
we
be
need to
honest.
change the hard time.
I honestly thought he was going to switch out Davies. I thought Emerson was going to get switched out, and I thought Basuma would have been coming on.
Yeah, I thought Hoiberg would have gone off. Basuma would have come in.
No,
I don't think Emerson. I don't think Conte likes Basuma right now. I think he's a little ticked off.
I don't disagree with you, but Hoiberg was having a mare.
No, but I don't think he ever rotates out Hoiberg unless he's injured. Like
He won't.
Yeah, but to me, that in itself's a problem.
Kane will never get subbed out. Well, he has to get subbed out once. I guess. Never anymore.
Untouchable.
The Hoiberg doesn't even he always plays like the full game. Like he doesn't even get.
I think he's been subbed a couple times.
Out, like you know what I mean? Like Decky, Sonny, all of them. They kind of get subbed out at the 60, 70 minute mark, 80 at the most, right? But Hoiberg just will play the entire game always, and I think part of that is also I think that he likes to have. Not only Hoiberg is this guy, but he likes to have that leadership in the midfield. because if you replace Højbjerg with Basuma or Skip or whoever, it's not like you don't have that leadership because Bencourt is not like a leader in that way, you know? So I think he wants like somebody with that leadership in the midfield to like be, you know, creating the pace and like ordering people around, which is what Højbjerg does.
It just sucks because
Honestly,
our two most progressive midfielders are Basuma and Bentancur. It'd just be nice to have two midfielders who could move the team forward in that way. But yeah, he's not going to drop Højbjerg. He's going to play almost every single game this season, I reckon.
Right, but
Unless he
I'm
gets
just
injured.
saying on the way he was playing today, I don't think anyone would have objected to him being subbed.
No,
like,
no. Basuma would have come on. It might have been a breath of fresh air, to be honest with you, a little bit. And
but this is the thing. We don't know, and Conte doesn't like the we don't know.
Or even Skippy if he
Doesn't
wants
like-
someone really snapping at their heels.
well, I mean,
But Conte
Basuma
doesn't
too.
like the we
Basuma's
don't know.
never played in a Champions League game before too, so maybe
Right.
that's playing on it. But I mean, hey, everybody needs a chance. Charleston had neither, and he scored 2 goals. Right, his only goals. Still goals in the league. But Hugo Lloris, decent game today. Nothing really to complain about. Other than the last 2 game goals, I thought he should have came out and tackled that second goal. I mean, when you get beat at your near post like that
I think he went
close.
through his legs.
Yeah, but he's got to come out and reclaim it off his foot. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like
he always does something that just makes me scared. Like when he ran out of his box,
Yeah.
the ball didn't come in,
Like,
so he had to
anytime
kick it
the
out.
ball is at his feet, I get nervous.
God.
yeah. But I mean, like,
Whenever there's an attacker that's running towards him and the ball's at his feet, I go, oh no.
like I know that I've got like a Jose Sa crush because his amazing ducktail beard. But I'm telling you, man,
He's a good player, though.
it's amazing, dude. And the
really
fact
good
that Wolves got him for £10 million last year burns my guts inside and out. And those are the kinds of things. He's a strong keeper. You remember when we played Wolves, he was coming out and taking the balls off people's feet all the time, like on the dribble. That's the thing. Lloris is like, he's not a physical keeper. You know what I mean? Like, even when he comes out to punch a ball, it's like, ugh. You know,
Like, don't get me wrong. Like Lloris has definitely been one of the best keepers the club's had. But
Yeah.
honestly, and I may get panned for this, he's not what you're looking for in a modern keeper nowadays.
yeah, no.
Do you know what I mean? Like
He's just not physical enough. That's what I mean. He's not physical enough. Like when Ederson's coming at you, like if you're one-on-one with Ederson and he's coming at you, you're a little bit scared because he may hurt you, right? Like but Hugo Lloris isn't like that. You know what I mean? He's not like that. He doesn't want to get hurt himself more. You can just tell he's a more sheepish individual, but I mean, that is what it is. I mean, that's pretty much
the best shot stoppers in the league.
no,
though.
one of the best. Got one of the best reaction times.
Yeah.
These are the guys we had on the bench, though. Fraser Foster obviously not coming in. Clement Longley should have come on. Sanchez, to be honest with you, maybe in the second half late.
Yeah.
I don't know. Give Romero a break.
Doherty or Spence should have come on.
or
Doherty,
Tanganga like he did the other day.
Tanganga, Spence, have Kulusevski rocking in. But I mean, once you pull Sun out, though, you're pretty much stuck, right? So,
it's
not a whole lot you can do because you're definitely not bringing in this guy.
What are you talking about?
No statistics. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Fuck you guys. I'm going home.
I actually feel bad for him though because he wanted to go out.
I feel bad for him too. I said on another stream, I felt that we held him hostage so that he could sit on a bench, which is like
I love
really
it.
And
effed up.
he's not gonna play.
I
He's not
love
gonna
it.
play. Conte didn't want him. He wants him to get loaned out because he doesn't think he's
He wants him to
ready.
get sold. Is what he wants him to do.
No,
And I don't hate the guy. I just think he's a bad player. So
I literally I was on Eugene Eurasian TV, right? Watch along, and I said I already had
persuasion, not your age.
Persuasion.
Yes, Persuasion TV.
Okay.
Yeah. You're
so
Asian TV. It's on there.
and I said, like I already knew it. I was just like, watch, he's going to sub out one of the forwards, likely Sonny. I said it, likely Sonny, at like around the 60 to 70 minute mark. And that was literally what happened, like on the dot. And I was like, and that's what he's gonna do. And that's exactly what he did. He does it every time.
It's because he doesn't like to take risks, right? Against Marseille, he added Kulusevski at right wing back because they were down to 10 men. So he was like, you know what? They'll sit back. We can put the attackers on. But against a team where they have 11 men, he doesn't like to have that, risk where he doesn't have as many defenders on. So you didn't see Kulusevski come at right wing back and Son stay on the pitch. He took Son off. I think Kulusevski should have come at right wing back, but doesn't like to take risks.
I think at a certain point in the game, he just thought we were going to get a draw, and he was going that was that. I think if we'd have gone 1-0 down, like 30 minutes to go, he may have made more subs, but who knows?
He was happy with the draw around the 80th minute. He would have been like, "Let's go." And,
I don't know. I think it's true. Maybe he doesn't like to take risks and he's more conservative. But I also feel like he's trying to breed like a certain kind of grit into the team and, kind of sticking by your guns. And he always talks about suffering. So kind of like, even if we're not playing well and there's a chance that, things will go a little bit badly for us, just going through that period of suffering and, building that kind of mentality. I don't know. I think there's more to it than being risk averse.
Well, I mean, we were suffering.
Yeah.
We were suffering. Yeah. As fans, we were suffering through that entire game, and we definitely suffered at the end of it as well.
Yes, but considering how stubborn he is, I
don't think you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but he is a little bit. I mean, he is stubborn, but you know what? A lot of, the smartest people are stubborn. I get called stubborn all the time.
Will is like probably one of the most stubborn people on the YouTube. Spurs too.
Just the most right. But yeah, I mean, we've got 45 people watching the show right now, and we got 29 likes. Make sure you smash that like button. And all that good stuff. Subscribe to the channel too if you haven't already. But no Premier League football this past weekend. We won't get political because that's not a good conversation to have with me.
Move away from that.
And then, support to people's families. It's always tough when a loved one dies. So if you think of her as family, we mourn or empathize with your loss. But we do have,
I'll tell you what I found out today. Just briefly touching on it, and I was amazed. Canada of Monday, the day I think, which is the day of the funeral, Canada's made it a holiday.
There you go.
I don't know why.
There you go.
So I also wanted to add something, Jason.
Oh, I don't. I work no matter what happens. Got to pay them bills. That's just the way life is.
A Portuguese team hasn't beaten an English team in over a decade until today.
Dr. Tottenham in the house. That's why I don't want to play Leicester, Will. Dr. Tottenham's going to do them a solid.
We're the first ever English team to lose to Sporting CP in the Champions League.
I'm going to have to take a look at VizApp here. Let me show you guys something, because this was out on the Højbjerg thing too, and I found that the information isn't exactly 100% accurate. Although this one, I believe. See, this is the thing that people don't like about this. I don't know if you guys seen the one about Højbjerg floating around Twitter. Progressive passes per 90 for every Premier League big six right back, right? So you got Walker. 6.95. Trent 13.92. Emerson at 3.39. 6.77. That's less progressive passes per 90 than Hoiberg, by the way, who's sitting at around 6.
That's nearly half of his.
Yeah.
Half of the progressive passes as a right wing
James at 6.84 and Dallet at 7.5. Maybe we should have Dallet.
Trent's crazy.
So if people believe that the Hoiberg one was bullshit, maybe they should think again. And by the way, the Hoiberg one wasn't bullshit. He isn't the best, but he is the second best, based off FBref.
Yeah,
but when you look at all of the passing categories for the sixes in the top six, Hoiberg leads the most of those categories. Passes into the final third, passes into the penalty area, progressive passes per 90, progressive passes total. He had the most progressive passes total. So, sometimes people's opinions or biases get in the way.
Brent is really good.
There's nobody that's biased here. Will?
He can't
I don't think there's
defend
anybody biased here.
Toffee.
No, there's no biases out there in football.
I feel like with Hoiberg, he has a good game, but then he makes one stupid pass.
And Human XG Short says thinks he's best. It was not 100% BS. It was actually very, 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 very accurate. So I'm not saying that means the Hoiberg is a better player than those CDMs in the top six, but he had a better season last year. A lot of those CDMs you got to remember too were injured for a lot of the season. So, Party, Thiago, Rodri didn't really have a whole lot of injuries last year, but Fabinho at Liverpool, this, that, and the other thing. So. Take it with a
Partey's always injured.
The highlight.
It wasn't just in progressive passes though. There was other things too. Passes into the final third. Like if you go on my Twitter page, I retweeted the tweet and I said this just shows that the eye test is bullshit. And some people had some things to say about that. Some guy with an account that magically appeared yesterday with 3 followers. Had some things to say about it. I'm not saying I know. I think I might know who it is, but I'm not. But anyway,
I commented on it too.
Did you?
I was so. Eyes don't lie. Eyes don't lie.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I like that. But I had a little altercation. I'm just getting bored. So if you see me on Twitter being extremely snarky, it's just because I'm bored. I'm bored to death with dealing with this guy's like having this stat debate. Right, so I'm just shutting people down. I'm just calling people clowns and telling them to fuck out of my mentions. You know what I mean? So that's what I got to do. Last year I tried. I was very nice, right? Did all this stuff, and then when people weren't paying attention, and we got another guest to bring on, Aditya. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, bro, what are you talking about me?
No, I'm not talking about you. You were one, but you were a short one. I was talking about Spurs guy and whoever Spurs guy is on Twitter with 3 followers. Why is it that all of the brand new troll accounts are all following Kuva99? I don't get why.
What do you have to say about the game, bro?
With the game today?
Yeah.
We've been having the show for an hour and a half, my man.
Yeah.
We said a lot about the show game day. It was a nightmare.
Typical.
I mean, it was a boring fest.
I
thought it was worse than Chelsea, to be honest with you.
Yeah, worse than Chelsea. Yeah.
But without the luck.
Was it coming in your opinion? I thought it was coming because performances were not sustainable. Isn't it?
Maybe. I mean, it was. Even though, to be honest with you, most of the game was fine. 90 minutes, like it was like almost like we were like, okay, game's over, and then bam, bam, bam. What? We lost 2-0. Right? Like it was that kind of like I was even like half watching it. I was like, okay, 90 minutes, the game's over. What? They scored? Like I wasn't even paying attention, man.
Yeah, no real point.
No, but I think they deserve to win, bro. I really think so. They deserve to win, in my opinion. I think that one goal that they got was well deserved. And even the second one, bro.
Statistically, it's pretty even.
I think they were better. Technically, they were much better, in my opinion. Like passing the ball around, you know, progressing the play
Yeah,
better.
I mean, they had a lot more
In all these
passes
things.
than us.
Yeah.
They did to us what we like to do to teams usually. We were the ones pressing high, and they're the ones who hit us on the counter. And when they did, they were like 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. Where when we had the ball, we were 1.
Because I mean, when you look at like duels, possession loss, long balls,
They had better
crosses,
wing backs.
the stats
That
are
Pablo
almost
Paro guy
identical
was
between
really
the two
good,
of
bro.
us, man.
Isn't it,
Yeah,
Will? That Pablo
their right
Paro
wing
guy,
back.
right?
Their
Yeah,
right wing
exactly.
back.
Like he looked
He was
much better than
amazing.
Royala. Yeah, he was amazing.
The only stat
Even
here that
Trincao,
sticks.
that Wolves guy, no Trincao, even he looked decent.
The only stat that really sticks out to here for me that shows a real, like I could really narrow it down to and say maybe this is where I got us, is their back line was really disciplined and they caught us offside a lot.
That's also true.
But I personally think they won because of wing backs. Like that was they also played 3 at the back, no?
Yeah.
They played 3-4-3.
Yeah,
Same
exactly.
as us.
Yeah. And their wing backs were much better. That was the thing. Like in 3-4-3 or 3-5-2, your wing backs are the creative options. You know what I mean? That is the most important thing, in my opinion. What do you think, Will?
I don't know, man. Both halves were very, very mirrored. Like I think that it was just at the end of the game, they did to us what we did to Marseille last week.
I disagree. I think against Marseille, I don't think we played good football, but Sporting played good football against us. That's a difference, isn't it?
I don't think it was that
Or
good
you
of football
disagree?
from them either.
I think their passing was much better than us. I really think so. The way they were breaking our press, they were playing against our press. It was much more intricate play from them. We were very, very predictable, like very monotonous, isn't it?
But I think that when we see teams, I think it's you're far more critical on the team that you watch every week. We don't watch Sporting every week, right? And
I agree, yeah.
And so when you see, like when you're a neutral watching somebody else play, you tend to be a little bit less critical. It's kind of like your wife or
Terry
your
Flewers is
girlfriend.
neutral, right? He said
Yeah,
that
like-
Spurs have been riding their luck, and I agree with him, man.
Like sometimes you don't realize what you got, sitting right in front of you. Because I think
And he criticized our window as well. Like he said, like Spurs window got overhyped initially when they were signing.
I have no idea what you're talking about, man. You gotta let me finish the
Players,
sentence. Yeah, because I have no idea. Like who said we had a bad window?
Bad window, better window. What?
No, I mean like I was talking about our players, the way that we play and playing in a neutral. But like I'm saying, who said we had a bad window? You completely switched the topic on me. I had no idea where you're going.
No, I was talking about Terry Flewers' review on the game. Like when he was saying that Spurs didn't play well against Sporting, this was coming, they were riding their luck, all these things. And then he went to the window. Like in window, they should have addressed these problems. And their window got overhyped initially when they signed so many players early on. But I think their window was overrated. That's what he said.
Who?
You on about the football terrorist?
Yeah.
Oh, Terry.
Football
Terry
terrorist,
said our
exactly.
foot. He wasn't saying that earlier. You gotta understand, Terry is a flip flopper of the flip floppers, right? Terry,
Yeah, he is.
Terry
I
on
agree,
his
yeah.
channel
He's
will
an
say
honorary goon. Terry is an honorary
Spurs
goon.
will have had the best window. They've won the transfer window, and then the next time, as soon as we lose,
I
Spurs
agree,
haven't
yeah.
had the best transfer window. Like, you got to understand, like, and then he's like, if you're not a flip flopper, you're wrong because you got to be able to change your mind, right? Like that's what he embraces the fact that he's a flip flopper.
No, but I wasn't impressed with the window from the start, Will. I have to be honest.
I was impressed by the first week of it.
Yeah, I was impressed at the start.
Yeah,
it was going well.
From July forward, I wasn't impressed with nothing.
Yeah, we got all excited, and and then
June was fine.
Womp womp.
Post
Bro, unless that entire 150 million pounds watches was getting spent, I was not getting excited. I said that from the start. Even Will, you said that on Henry Wright's channel, isn't it? That 150 is the minimum that we should be having net spend, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean we're not gonna spend anything. I said that from
Yeah.
everybody.
And
but
then you also talked about profits. Like on top of cash injection, where
no,
are the
as soon
profits?
as
Where are the NFL games?
look,
Where are the
I
Lady
saw
Gaga money?
I saw
Where's
the
the
way.
boxing matches money? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the money's we don't have any money. The for me it was as soon as I saw them dragging their feet on Jet Spence, I was like, boom, the window's done. Right. As soon as that happened, I was like, the window's done. We're
And
not
he's
getting
not
anybody
getting even
else.
played, bro. Like, what is going on? Conte didn't want him.
Well, that's
He's
what I'm
not even
saying. It
playing
was at
him.
that
Why did
point. It
we
was
sign him, bro?
I don't know. Don't ask me. the it was that was the point in which the window died.
Yeah.
The day the
I think Longley
Tottenham
was a very underwhelming signing as well. We were linked to
Longley,
Guardiol,
hey, look,
Bremer,
I think Longley's played well.
Milinkovic, Bastoni, Pau Torres, and then we just,
Nah, man.
slid down to Longley, isn't it?
I think
people
Longley.
are
No, I think
overrating Pau
Longley's a
Torres.
player. Pau Torres
I
is
think people are
horrible.
He's a
overrating
good
Pau
player.
Torres.
No, I'd rather have
I don't
Longley
think
than
Pau
Pau
Torres.
Torres.
Yeah, I don't think Pau
100%.
Torres.
I agree with that, but they were better centre backs, bro.
Sure,
Like
But
Bremer
Guardiola,
and all. Yeah.
Bastoni, Bremer.
Yeah.
yeah. But for that left centre back role, our top two targets were Bastoni and Guardiola. Chelsea bid 90 million euros, and that was for only to get him next summer. And Leipzig rejected that.
Yeah.
And we tried with Bastoni, and that guy was like, "Nope, I don't want to come."
Indica didn't go anywhere.
No, they did not reject that, bro. They
Gavardiol
just
didn't go anywhere.
Chelsea were paying 90 million euros in installments. They were against installments. That is the only thing. Because they want to escape FFP restrictions and rules as well. That is why they were willing to pay on installments.
Right,
Which
but I mean, it's because they
Leipzig
didn't want.
rejected.
Hold on. It's
Yeah,
because they didn't want installments. They weren't willing to take installments. That's what a club does. When you don't want to sell, you make the paying options difficult for the other club. If you want the cash, you just let them do it because eventually you're going to get it anyway, right? You have to pay. All this
they were
money
willing
travels around and
to sell
around.
him, but only if
players
installments are
bought
not
are
paid. Direct money, they were willing to sell him. That's what I'm
Right,
saying. Will.
you do realise most sales are done in installments. Like
Yeah, 99.9% of them.
Fofana as
Right.
well. Wesley Fofana installments.
But Fofana was a horrible footballer. I'm
That is
sorry.
why
this
clubs like Man
Fofana
City and
love drives
Chelsea
me
don't get
insane.
paid by FFP, right? That is why it happens.
Fofana had a half decent season at Leicester when he was 19. That's it.
He's overrated.
Way
He's
overrated. Not a little
Yeah, way
overrated.
He's not even better than
Amazingly
Saliba,
overrated.
bro. Saliba is better than him. He plays over him for France, isn't it? For Saint Etienne, when both of
No.
them played together, Saliba was better.
Chelsea pay way too much money for average
Yeah.
players. They paid almost 70 million pounds
But they end
for
up
Christian
winning trophies
Pulisic.
and then they recoup all the money, bro. That is the thing. They win Champions League, they earn 200 million pounds. So they recoup all the money, isn't it?
Christian Pulisic's an average
They
player.
get more fan base as well. When you win trophies, you expand your fan base, and then your shirt sales increases, your commercial
from
increases, isn't it?
13-year-olds who don't know anything about football.
No, even for older guys also, like they like for foreign fans, they will look for these things, isn't it? Not all of them,
Look,
but definitely many
anybody's
of
over
them.
the age of 20, anybody's over the age of 35.
Yeah.
They weren't a Chelsea fan because they won things. That didn't happen. If you're over the age of 35, you're not a Chelsea fan because they won things if you've been following them for longer than 10 years. Right? I mean,
No, I'm talking about foreign fans who
foreign fans,
contribute
same
a
way.
lot on commercial on shirt sales, isn't it?
yeah, but I mean, there's like even Chelsea's a small club in the United States comparatively.
okay, but what's all this got to do with?
Maybe,
I
maybe,
feel like
but
the
not in Europe and
conversation is
Asia.
derailing.
What's
It's
all this got
derailing
to
a little
do?
bit.
What's this got to do with like?
Let's talk about like us and our game.
I mean,
I
I'll
have a
be
question.
honest.
Yeah.
I could give two fucks who Chelsea buys.
Yeah, but anyway, but we were just talking about the transfer window.
No, actually, our
basically.
discussion was on Guardiola actually, and it went towards just anyways.
If Antonio
Yeah.
Conte wasn't our manager and this was Jose Mourinho, what do you think the fan reactions
The same as
would
today,
be?
man. They're
Jose
already
is
saying
at fault.
Conte out.
Jose is at fault. No, nobody's
feel
saying
like they
Conte
were-
out. They are
Bull
just
crap, they
blaming
aren't.
him.
Yeah, I
Really?
feel like it would have been Jose out.
Absolutely are. Twitter posts
No,
are already
I'm not
flying
Conte
around.
out at all, bro. No.
I'm saying, bro,
Because he
there are
didn't have a
people-
good window, so I can't blame him anyways. And that is why I was
Yeah,
not
but-
blaming Jose. Because he
but it
needs
is-
players, bro.
And it's Conte's fault for staying. If he felt that the
And I'll be honest,
window
though,
wasn't satisfactory, he should have gone.
anyone
I
that
know,
says
but
we play the
maybe he will
same
go at the end of season and he will
right,
not extend his contract. He's not getting any
right,
offers right now.
hold
Is
on.
that is why he's staying?
Anyone that thinks we play the same football under Conte as we did under Jose don't know what they're talking about because we
Not
don't.
exactly same, similar, bro.
Yeah,
Jose wasn't bad either, to be honest with
we
you.
create
So.
we create more chances, I think,
Jose got us
under
to the cup
Conte.
final, bro.
Jose's
create
more
more
like
chances.
if you get one goal, right, everyone behind the
Yeah,
ball,
sit
don't
back.
concede
Yeah,
another
yeah.
goal. That's
I agree. Yeah, that's
We
true.
we
But that's how he
we
won the
create more
Conference League
chances.
with Roma, isn't it?
I'm not, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying one way or the other about it. I'm just saying
Yeah.
it is different.
Yeah.
But
The-
I am
Hey,
going to throw
no,
this up.
people are saying Your name is Holston, right?
No,
Hoyston.
He's
no,
Jason.
my name's Jason. That's a
Yeah,
Spurs.
Jason. What I'm saying is, people are saying there are similar elements from both the managers. Like both are pragmatic, defensive, conservative managers. That's what people are saying. Like both are not known for their attacking mindset, right? That's their opinion. Like they're not saying exactly they are same, but they have got similar qualities as a coach. You feel me? Hello.
I
Hello?
don't. Yeah, I hear you, mate, and I'm trying
Yeah.
to get an answer together. So if you give me more than 2 seconds, you might get a response. Do you know what I mean? So don't hello me. If you're gonna let me talk, let me talk. I would say with the current crop of players he's got, he's been a bit more conservative. When he was with Milan, I don't know that they were super conservative. Like they were
yeah,
a very
but
good
then
team.
you gotta compare the team. I mean, their back three was Skriniar, Dirai, Bastoni. They had Barella and
Yeah.
Ericsson in midfield.
Right, but
Hakimi,
you can
Perisic.
only work but you can only
Yeah,
polish a
yeah,
turd so much.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
got to
yeah,
work
yeah,
with the players he's got.
yeah. I'm just saying he should have pressed for more. He should have been
Yeah,
more
that's what I'm
an
saying. That
outburst in
it's
the
the player's fault more than the Conte's fault. That's totally right. And he hasn't got the same at Tottenham Hotspur. So of course it's not going to be the same, isn't it?
But I think he knows that. He's not stupid.
yeah.
Like, I mean, if
That's
you
why
listen
he
to his,
won't extend the contract, isn't it?
well,
He'll
I
just
mean,
stay for 1 year.
we'll see. But like, if you
We
listen
don't
to his
know, yeah.
press conferences, even he's like, "This ain't getting done in one window." Like he knew that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, he's already talking like he's going to be here for 2 or 3 years. To be honest with you, I don't care. Look, I don't mind, man. If we get who else are we going to get? Who else
No,
is
but
coming?
Bill, that's
Yeah.
down to the board, no?
No,
That's
I mean,
down
no.
to board more than Conte,
Listen,
isn't it?
who else are we going to get?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever we get, even if we get
Tuchel?
Guardiola, he's not going to succeed because he won't
Pep
get the
Guardiola
players,
ain't
isn't
coming to
it?
Tottenham.
Yeah, he
No,
ain't
he's
coming.
saying
Even if he
does
comes, he
come,
won't be successful. Yeah,
because he won't get backed.
Okay,
exactly.
so what? We
That's
just
what
go with Ryan Mason then? No, thank you. Right? Like him kissing Daniel Levy's ass in every single press conference? Not happening. Right? Not happening.
Well, there is
I'm
a
ready for
certain
I'm ready
coach
for Ryan
that's
Mason.
unemployed. Will
Uh-huh.
we do have a certain coach that's unemployed?
Nuno?
No,
Tommy T. Tommy T.
no, our other ex-coach.
Who,
Oh,
Jason?
Pochettino?
Oh,
Ah.
yeah.
No,
Daniel
I can't.
Levy would
Poch can't
definitely
come
go
back.
for that.
Poch can't come
too,
back.
It's too early.
The
It's
big,
too early.
big
No,
thing in
because
the
it'll
headlights.
ruin him. Like, oh, we have good memories of Pochettino. If he comes back, it'll ruin it. It'll
Yeah.
ruin it.
I disagree.
But I am gonna
And
add this.
Pochettino had better players that time, bro. With these
You
players, he
guys
won't
want
be
to
getting the
see?
same
You guys gonna
results
see the
that he was
touch?
getting
Look at
before.
this. Boop.
Oh,
Meg.
nice.
There you go.
That's some skill right there. And then they end up scoring off this corner after that. So
That's like our first goal.
yeah, look at that touch. Watch this touch though, man. Watch this touch, man. Doesn't even bounce through the legs.
Straight through the legs. That's Emerson defending right there.
But that
Not
was
bad, not bad.
More still.
that was my oldest. That's the first touch. That's what I call first touch.
Don't put him in the Spurs academy. You'll never see the first team.
Let's see you do it, Lost Temple. That's nothing.
Marcus Edwards did with
Ben
Sporting,
Davies
isn't
can't
it?
even do that, and he's a professional.
Marcus Edwards, like he was with Tottenham only. He played well, by the way, very well.
He had that one run where he like bodied Eric Dyer to the floor, past Perisic. Dyer
Yeah.
got flung to the floor on that one.
Pochettino called him young Messi.
He should. Whatever.
Yeah.
It was just look, at the end of the day, it was a poor performance. Like
Yes, I honestly, I'm more numb than angry because I sort of expected this to happen eventually. You know, like you can't continue in the season with these type of performances. Eventually, one day, you know, you won't take your chances. The other team will, and you lose, and that's just how it is. Hopefully, it's a kick up the backside for the players, Conte, and it changes. That's all you can do as a fan, I guess. Hope you see change, and we move on to I think Leicester now.
Oh yeah.
Some insightful words there.
Well,
Thank you,
to
Ali.
be
Thank
fair,
you.
Leicester need a win, so I'm sure we can help them out. Dr. Tottenham to the rescue.
No, man. Like I'm just, some dudes just get their bullshit just gets on my nerves, Breland. You know, you got extreme actions take extreme measures, man. So it is what it is. That's what happens when you got the banhammer, dude. The ultimate banhammer.
You got to swing it.
That's right. You gotta swing it. Cause my mama said you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
I mean, to be fair though, we probably were due a beat. We were due to be beat by someone.
To be honest with you, I'd rather it be right now than in the league. To be honest with you.
Exactly. Yeah. Keep that. Imagine if we played City, lost there and lost here.
Because right now we're second place on goal differential. You know, all teams have played 2 games, so
yeah. If we win our
could be
home
worse,
games,
man.
it should be okay. It should be okay if we win our home games. And then maybe get a draw away. But yeah, look, I think we're just a bit upset because it's the first loss. We were so on that high of, oh, unbeaten. We haven't lost in 12, 13 games, including last season. And, you know, it's the first loss, so it's a bit harder to take and swallow, I guess. But it was bound to happen, so better it happen now than later.
I mean, yeah,
It's just.
I mean, we've all been saying it, or mainly anyway. Like we've been playing not great and managing to win. Like that's in my opinion, and I could be wrong. Like we just haven't clicked yet.
I think like last season, like obviously Kane and Son, you know, whatever you want to say about Spurs, whether they're relying on Kane and Son or not, when those two are clicking, we just look so much better because Kane acts as our creative midfielder, and he hasn't been able to do that. Whether that's him in his head thinking, you know, I want to win the Golden Boot this year, and he's pushing up, or he's not feeling it, whatever it is, those two aren't clicking the way they used to, even their own, you know, connections. So
big up, Ray.
Hopefully, once they do that, I think you'll start to see us play better because at the end of the day, when you have 2 players like that, you got to utilize them. And once they click, I think we'll still look a lot better. So
that does get me when people say you're like a 2-man team or whatever. It's like you tell me a team in any league has 2 world-class players playing from. Like, of course they're going to shine because that's how good they are. Like,
Yeah, we got Gogama here with the 10,001 super chat. Thank you very much, Gogama. You're on stream.
Rooney, Matter fighting.
Yeah, Mochoyo. She said, let's go, Wilson. Very cool. Thank you for that. And we got Ray becoming a new YouTube member.
You come on several Spurs channels, right? Goguma. Like on Henry Wright's channel as well, with a lot of donation, isn't it?
Yes.
In the chat, yeah.
Yeah, a lot.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I feel I should just make my own channel for getting super chat from you, isn't it?
You got to be good though to get super chats from Goguma. You can't shouldn't just super chat nobody. Some of the
Yeah.
super chats are good for you.
Not just
Yeah.
giving it
No,
away.
I'll have to earn it, definitely.
That's right. You got to earn it.
You
got
have
to
to
earn those super
from the
chats.
Empress.
Absolutely.
Empress.
That's right, the Empress.
You are from USA, right, Gokuma?
No, she's from Korea, man.
Yeah, Korea.
Okay. Fine. But her
Yeah.
accent looked like American accent, isn't it? Anyways.
Her English she has learned English from a Westerner. Yes, from a Canadian and or American. Yes. That is
nice.
the
Yes.
accent that she speaks.
Nice.
Hmm.
Perfect.
Did you study abroad in Canada or the U.S.?
Yes, I studied in the U.S.
Yeah, there you go. That's probably.
She currently has a part-time job translating Korean videos about Sun for me.
For QB. I
Did you
work
go?
Yeah, that's a good one. There's a lot of them that you could watch. In fact, Bali TV always does a review of the player ratings that come out of all of the English newspapers, and always talks smack about the English papers when they talk trash about Sun. So it's a good time.
Yeah, I wish I knew Korean just for that.
You're missing a lot of the good fun.
I know. I'm always like, Kokuma, what does this mean? And she's like, oh, I'm gonna translate this for you. But like, I don't ask her for the longer thing because I feel bad.
Yeah.
but
go
ahead.
But like for this comment, there's actually a Korean saying for this. I can't remember what it is. It slipped my mind. But they have like this shortened word that they've made for this exact thing. Somebody in the chat help me out. But it's like when Sun goes off, a goal is gonna happen. Like that's the short and the sweet of it. Like that's what they have. But they actually have a term. It's like a slang word. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Sonnago. You take Sun off, a goal happens.
What's funny is actually, so I saw this like video that was like, I guess the players were in Korea and they're all sitting like eating like a meal. I don't know. They're all like in line. And then they're watching like the playback of the game. And I just was thinking like, what must be going on their heads? Because in watching the playback in the game, they have the like how when they show the game in Korea, they always have like a little photo of like a little picture of Sun at the top where the score line is to show that he's playing. And so I was just wondering, like when they're watching it in Korea and they just see this little Sun.
Sun when he's not on there, when you don't see that Sun emblem up there, that just means you don't have to watch. Right? Just make it easy for you.
Like, I wonder what they're thinking.
I do that with my kids' team.
Like,
and when my kid gets subbed off because I know he can't come back on, I'll just go sit in the truck. I ain't standing out there in 90-degree weather in the sun getting sunburnt. My kid ain't out there. I mean, I'll watch from my truck, but I'm not standing on the sideline. I mean, it just depends on the game, but
yeah. But I just think it's so funny because I was like, I wonder what they're thinking, looking at this little image next to the score line.
So what that means is when Sun comes off, Spurs concede a goal. That's like, it's a slang word. Sonnago.
Mm-hmm.
And
have a super chat.
Yeah. How many teams go through the group stages? 2.
And then the third one
goes
Europa League.
Yeah, third one goes Europa League.
I just don't want.
Fourth one goes home.
Because if we finish third and we go into Europa League with Arsenal, I'm gonna cry. I don't care if it's first or second. As long as we make it into the round of 16, I have no worries.
What?
Cool. Yeah, when Sun goes out, we can see the goal. But
do we want to preview Leicester, or
that's right.
Is that not part of the plan?
So Leicester, I mean, we can preview it a little bit.
What are your views on Son's performance? I'm sorry, Will. From this comment, I want to ask from you because you defend him a lot, so I want to know for game against Sporting.
Okay. what's my opinion on it?
Yeah. On sporting performance.
7 out of 10.
7. My God, that's generous, bro. Who is the person on the right side of you?
Didn't do anything wrong. Didn't do anything great going forward. Did fairly well defensively. Right. Richarlison was woeful.
He was giving the ball away, Son, man. Like, his decision making was bad.
He literally gave the ball away the least.
Richarlison was good, but both of them were bad.
Stop. Literally gave the ball. We've already gone through this. You've missed the whole hour of the show, obviously.
Okay.
Son literally gave the ball away less than anyone else who played in the front three, and most of the people playing in the midfield. Right. So this Son gave the ball away a lot thing. I hear this all the time. Not true. Objectively, not true. Right. Go look up the numbers. Son gave the ball away less than Kane, Charleston, Perisic, Emerson, Højbjerg. Like, how many times can people go on in a narrative? Right? Did Son score? No. Did he get on the ball a lot? No. Did he do anything really offensively to help us at all score a goal? No. Did he do anything wrong? No. Was he really good defensively? Yes. Right. So it's an average performance.
So average performance is not 7 out of 10, right? It's either 4 or 5, isn't it?
No.
But you gave him 7.
Yeah. Average performance for me is 7.
Nah,
8 is
bro.
good.
7 is good.
9
7 is generous, my guy.
No. See, in the United States, C.
Average is mid, like mean, like it's 5. That's what average is.
Okay, if you're defining it that way.
That'd be median 5.
I thought he was 4 out of 10. Like he was below average.
Will said for him, he clarified for him, average is 7. So you're like, no, average is 5. But he clarified for him, average is 7.
Yeah. So if you want to argue my definition of what average is, right? Because there's a difference between median and average. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Median income and average income are two completely different things.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm talking about, when I say average, I'm talking about an average performance for Son.
No, I'm talking in general. For any performance from a footballer, average is 5, isn't it?
No.
Why is it a bad performance?
5 is a very bad performance. For me, if you want to be generous, a 6. If you go by Sofa score rating, it starts at 6. All the players start at 6, and they go up or down from there, right?
And what about 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10? Is that also possible from any player if he has a woeful performance? Yeah.
If you had a really bad performance, that would be.
I don't think Son was 2 out of 10, but like.
What did he do bad? Name 2 things he did bad today.
His runs, whenever he was carrying the ball, he was getting into good positions. It was coming into. It wasn't coming into fruition.
That's subjective. Right.
His runs. But that's what eye test is all about. Like,
hold on, no, it's not what eye test is about. So subjectivity means that it's not based in reality, right? That it's not something you can prove. It's just something you think or believe, right?
No,
you
can believe.
Hold on. You can believe. No, you cannot prove. If you can prove it, it's not subjective. It's objective. See the difference? If something is provable, it no longer is subjective and becomes objective, right? Objective means fact.
I agree.
It happened. Okay, so when you said his runs didn't come to fruition, that is a claim that cannot be proven factually. All of them, some of them, one of them, right? It's vague. It's very vague, right? It's like saying the sun went down. Okay, the sun did go down, but when, where, why, in what context? What are we talking about, right? So are you saying that all of his runs, some of his runs, one of his runs, 2 of his runs, 10 of his runs, what?
The
majority?
Like, exact statistic, I don't know. Like, if we watch the entire game again, like me and you, right? And if we start pointing out where he was going wrong, then we will come to the conclusion like this is why I thought he was not playing well. Not just him. I'm not scapegoating him. Like there are worse players than him definitely on the pitch. But I'm saying like statistically I won't be able to prove that. But if we watch the game, like replay whole 90 minutes again, then we will manage to point them out, which is not in the form of stats or numbers, but they are there like while watching the games.
It is in the form.
You feel me?
I feel you. When you watch the game and you see something happen, okay, and it actually happens, right? Like Harry Kane missing the header, right? Like that happened, right? You saw that happen, right?
See, his pass accuracy was 78%. Bad, in my opinion. Then dribble attempts, he attempted it 5 times. He only did it 2 times successfully. So 2 out of 5 times, that is 40%. That is bad. Then ground duels, he won 7 out of 12. 5 times he lost. Not good. Not
so
bad,
wait,
but
is
average.
1 out of 1 good? Or is 5?
Possession lost 14 times, bro. 14 times.
Wait.
14.
Yeah, 14.
Isn't it?
At least amount.
That's
not
good?
bad. No, that is good. Yes,
No, bro,
for his position,
that's
is good.
not good.
Name a player who did better.
Well, I'll have to check, but
Name a player
I'm
who
just
did
saying.
Better. It can't be bad. If he's the best, he can't be bad.
Not many. Not many.
None. Right. Anyway, listen, what I'm trying to say is when you look at statistics, right? A player who attempts to take on a man, right? We always say, what is Emerson's biggest thing? He never takes on a man, right? You have to attempt. You have to make an attempt in order to succeed, right? So you can't say 1 out of 1. That's 100% dribble success rate, right? You made one attempt.
Statistically, he becomes better.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You took one attempt and you succeeded at it. That's the only attempt you took. Who did better? Who played better? The guy who tried 5 and succeeded 2, or the guy who tried 1 and succeeded 1? The guy who tried 5 and succeeded 2 did more.
Yeah.
Right? So Son did more. Look at the other people's dribble statistics and tell me who had better dribble statistics on the day. Son, Kane, or Richarlison.
Okay, let me check this out. Okay. So Nick, SofaScore is saying Bentancur, Perisic, Harry Kane, Royal, all of them are better. Like it is literally saying Royal was 7 out of 10. I don't think he was that good. That is why I really don't understand like why they have given him 7 out of 10, because I felt he was worse than Son, but he still got 7 out of 10.
Because you're
one more thing
the
I want
negative
to ask
things.
you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, but that wasn't the question that I asked, right? You got to answer the questions that I asked, right? Dribble attempts to successful. Richarlison had 1 attempt and 0 success. Was he better dribbling than Son or worse?
He was better because at least he was trying.
No. Richarlison, 1 attempt.
No, Son.
0 successes. Okay, Son's better. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Harry Kane then, right? Because my question was who out of the front 3 was better at dribbling, right? Harry Kane, 2 dribble attempts, 0 successes. Who was better?
Yeah, I agree. Son.
Son. Okay, so Son. So to say Son 5 out of 2 is bad, it's not fair, right? When compared to other people, not only just in this game, but in all games, period, 5 dribble attempts with 2 successful dribbles is a good number, right?
No, bro, relatively he was better, but on an absolute terms, he wasn't good. That's what I'm saying. He was better than other even worse players.
Compared to who? Why is 5 out of 2 bad? Or 2 out of 5 bad?
Because it's just 40%, that's why.
Okay, but 40%,
He should
you
be
have to
doing
understand,
more.
40% of shots is good.
Okay,
if
one
you
more
score
player
40% of your shots, that's amazing. You're getting tied
Perisic
up on the
completed
40.
3 dribbles,
Hold
bro,
on.
out of 4. Perisic completed 3 out of 4 dribbles, isn't it? So one player I've already mentioned.
And Son had a 6.8. So Perisic had a better game than Son. I tell you that right now.
And why did Royal had 7 out of 10 then? What did he do?
Emerson Royale had 47
Yeah,
touches,
and he was responsible
4
for that
crosses,
goal.
long balls.
So does that count as
you got dribbled past
mistakes
twice.
leading to goal?
Yeah.
Does that count into mistakes leading to goal? What Emerson Royale did? It does, right? So how did he get 7?
Because he did other things that weigh it out, right? You have to understand. There, as a
What
fan,
did he
and
do?
you're hold on, listen to what I'm saying. You're not listening, right? You're talking more than you're listening, right? Listen to what I'm saying. Statistic isn't biased. They don't care whether it looks good or not. It's good thing, check. Bad thing, check. Score goes up, scores goes down. Okay, now to us fans, Emerson, responsible for a goal, right? Getting dribbled past, does things that really make us cringe as fans, that cost us games, right? Okay? That's why in our eye test, in our bias, that has extra weight. Stats don't care about feelings or the emotion of winning a game or not. It's good thing, bad thing. Your score goes up, your score goes down. Your score goes up, your score goes down. If you do more good things than you do bad things, you can have a game that appears to be bad and yet statistically isn't that bad. A 7.0 for, by the way, isn't great score. That isn't just an average score, right? It's an average score. That's why it's yellow, right? Or yellow-green, right? Harry Kane had a average score, okay?
Yeah.
All right, SofaScore, you see 6.4 is like orange. That's bad because you started at like 6.5. Right? 6.5. That means you've gone
So you gave
down.
7 out of 10 on the base of sofa score, right? Like not on the base of normal player ratings done by the fans, isn't it?
Okay.
I wonder if Sofa Score can take into account energy.
No, you can't smell energy. But
how to
Van
measure
Pozo wants to know.
pressing?
Hold on. Van
feel like we should
Pozo wants to
move
know
on.
if you think Son is a 5 today, or worse than a 5. You didn't tell me what you think Son was. So first, let's hear, what do you rate Son out of 10 today?
Me?
Yeah.
4.
So below average. So you rate Son as a 4. What would you rate Harry Kane today then?
3.
So Harry Kane's worse than Son in your opinion today.
Yeah, he was. I think so. He was.
And what do you rate Richarlison today?
Same, around 3 or 4 only. Not better than that.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
So basically, your scale is the same as my scale. It's just lower.
No, bro.
That's it.
Like,
yes.
see, no. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. So I'm giving them 7s, 6.8s, and 6.5s.
For me,
You're
average
giving
is
them
5.
4s and 3s.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Right. It's the same. The spectrum is the same, right? I'm just starting here and you're starting here. Right. That's it.
I agree. Yeah.
Boom.
But
so we're not arguing with each
Sofa
other.
Score really gives 2 or 3. Does it ever give 2 or 3 to any player?
I've never seen a 2, but I have seen 3s. 3,
Really?
3.5,
I don't think it can ever give 3, bro. Because it's being very
given 3s
generous.
a lot. It gives 3s
My
all the
goodness.
time.
I can't believe this.
Gives it gives 10s far less than emotional scores do as well.
So as per Sofa Score, Romero was the worst player along with Ben Davis. I kind of agree with that. Like Romero was awful. I can't lie. One of the worst games I've seen him play for Tottenham. I can't lie.
Højbjerg, 6.6 for Højbjerg. That's a really low score for him. He was.
Yeah.
It matches the fact that he played bad today. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's pretty dang. It's pretty.
Yeah.
But the great thing about SofaScore is the metric. The metric never changes, and so it's consistent. Right. It's consistently the way that it is all the time. You can love it.
One more question. Will.
Yeah.
Does Sofa Score take into account that whenever a player loses the ball, when he is crowded out, it's much easier to lose the ball than when you have too much time and space, then you lose the ball. So does it take that into metrics when it calculates stats, or is it equal? You just give away the ball.
You lose the ball. It's
No,
not
but
that deep.
that is different, right? So stats don't take those things into perspective, right?
The context
That
is different
should
compared
matter,
to.
in
Hold
my
on.
opinion.
No. Hold on. The fact of the matter is the ball was lost. That's all the statistics care about. Okay. The why, stats don't tell you a why. They only tell you a what.
But
right?
that's a drawback of a stat, right?
No.
Because different circumstances, you are more likely to lose the ball
An
when
analytic.
when your teammate passes you badly. Like when you are crowded out, you are not supposed to receive the ball. But if your teammate makes mistakes and he ends up passing you instead of the other player, then that's his fault more than your fault, isn't it?
But that's a subjective claim. Some other person could say, no, you had the ability to place
That's
the touch
not
on the
subjective,
ball.
bro.
Hold on.
That's footballing thing.
It is subjective, Adyata. Right? It's subjective because it's an opinion. It has a value merit that someone has to weigh with their brain, right? I may agree with your value merit, the value that you assign to that, I may say that a hospital pass is the fault of the passer, not the receiver. I may agree with you on that, right? I do agree with you on that. But as far as a statistic is concerned, because it's only recording things that happen in reality, it's not adding value to them, right? It's only recording things that actually happen, right?
You just
So the
supported my argument.
Hold on. The value you assign to something is your opinion. Somebody else could have a completely different opinion. If you're receiving the pass, even if there's a guy on your back, you should have checked your shoulder. You should be able to touch and turn out of that. Somebody else could have a different opinion that disagrees with yours. I agree with you. They could disagree with your opinion,
No, but stat doesn't cover that, right? That's a drawback
Because
of a
it's
stat.
not
that
a
it can be
stat, bro.
misleading.
Because it's a subjective opinion, dude.
I feel like
It's
this
not
conversation is
reality.
going to go on for another 2 hours.
But this isn't hard, man.
I don't intervene here. I feel
You
like
just
guys have
agreed
different
with me.
opinions.
Well, this
I
is
feel
what
you
the
just have
people
different
want. This
opinions.
is what they come here for. They are waiting for Will to just throw stats
Annihilate.
out and be like, no, this is, and talk about Sun. This is what the people are looking for.
I do
How
wanna
is
just-
the data labeled? It's subjective. Okay. Let me tell you about things. Okay. Now, there can be subjectiveness to a title. For example, big chance missed. Right? Big chance missed. You could think, I don't think it's a big chance. It could be a big chance. Maybe it's not a big chance. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, people say, well, that's subjective, Will. But you know what we do with subjective things? We define them, right? So now you've defined the term. A big chance is XXXX. Does that event meet that definition? Then it is objectively, according to that definition, a big chance miss. You check one and you move on, right? Because it's been defined. So the definition is subjective. The event meeting that definition is objective. It either did or it did not. Do we catch that? Has everybody got that?
Yes.
All right, cool. So that's what we call defining terms, right? In logic, when you define terms, just like earlier Cube mentioned, you asked me, what do you determine to be average? And I said 7. I've defined it. So now if I say this criteria is what it takes to meet a 7, boom, that's average. That's objective. It's measurable. It's testable and it's repeatable, right? That's objective. It's no longer subjective. Now, my definition is subjective. I've made it up, or it's maybe arbitrary would be a better word than subjective, right? It's an arbitrary definition that I've picked. But you're on mute there, Hassan, for some reason. But yeah, but I mean that's
talking to my mom.
But I mean that's how you do these things. That's how you define. That's why I always ask people when they say Sun was trash today. By what metric? Define trash.
Well, you just proved that stats are not complete. They can be misleading as well. When you say that stats don't cover the circumstances in which they are recorded.
No.
You just proved me right.
No, I didn't.
You
no,
just said that
this
stats
whole
have got drawbacks.
conversation, the last 35 minutes of me talking to you has gone completely
fine,
over your head.
Yeah.
And you've literally gone full
I
circle
told
back
you,
to a
you
claim.
guys just have you guys just too far away. There's no conclusion.
Go check out a book on Amazon called Logic 101. Read that book for me. It's like $8. I'll send you my copy if you want me to. Send me your address in a DM on Twitter. I will send you my copy. And you can read it. It's easy. It's got pictures. It's fun.
Is the chat finished now? Am I allowed to intervene?
Yeah. We're going. Oh, but before we do that though, before you intercede onto something else, let's bring in a man who knows what he's doing. He's come on the show very late. He's normally the first one on for the day. I'll forgive him. Only because he's the king of Costa Rica. He's got castles in Cancun. Mari Spurs channels in the house.
Woo, Mari.
What's up, Mari?
Hey, Mari.
Hey guys.
What's going on, man?
I was prepared to come on at 10, but I fell asleep.
Yeah, don't blame you.
And I woke up. I said, maybe I had a bad dream. Maybe I had a bad dream, and then I went to check the score again.
You do know, and I'm not a moron.
Yeah, I'm like,
you do know how they do it because they tell you how they do it.
and then I saw the score a couple minutes ago. I'm like, oh shit, I was not dreaming. Probably should be sleeping, but I'll give you 40 minutes and then go back to bed. But saw the game at work because of the early 12:45 start. Let's just say I was a bit grouchy at
It's a good point, Vin Postal.
dismissal. I was a bit grouchy. To be honest with you, so I've not seen the show, so I don't know everybody's opinions on certain plays or whatsoever. But overall, the team was shit. Honestly, to the last minutes, I'm like, yeah, we'll get a draw. Those 2 goals were killer. Yeah, the team was shit. So in the last 5 minutes, so I'm assuming people are talking about Emerson. People are probably talking about Son. People probably talk about Kane. And I'm gonna be honest, everybody was shit. According to their standard. I see some of the earlier streams. Emerson, I know everybody's picking on him. I mean, like I said, it is what it is. I'm not really going to argue that. Apparently, Conte was backed. If you want to believe it, it's just I'm to the point of just like, is Spence not coming in or Doherty not coming in? Is it despite the board? Maybe he's trying to send a message. Like this is what you got me, but I'm to the point that like, can it be any worse? There was a play, and someone clipped it on Twitter, where there was a pass out on the wing to Emerson, just whip it into the box, but instead he just like a loft pass straight to the goal, like he kind of give up on the play. Keeper. And I was like, what the? And he's done that, like those he set Perisic wide a couple of games ago. I'm like, my nephew can pass, like, wasn't pressured. I don't know. Regards to Son, by his standard, he's not Sonny. So I don't know what people's opinion is. I caught right now the last 5 minutes, 6 minutes of the show, but he is not at his standard. Same for Kane. I don't know the sofa score for Kane, but he wasn't good. I'm like, the team overall was a good. Richarlison was a good. It's just to that standard. Same with Sonny. I just think he's pressing psychologically, which, like I said before, it happens to the best of them. We're hoping that all this is just one goal, and people will shut up, because I think it's just back on all cylinders. But to his standard, his standard is last year is his standard. It's not there. Kane, someone said if it was for the tap-ins and headers, he has not played to his standard. Like his preseason, he's not playing to his standard. Hoiberg, I saw someone post, and I'll be done. Someone posted his stats according to the other DMs and stuff. So everybody's like, see, nothing's here. He's great whatsoever. But It's not there. And the thing is, I felt like we're better than Sporting, but I just don't know, man. And so for the Leicester game, you're supposed to, because Leicester is playing bad, but they've had a week and a half off. I don't know. I just don't know. But I will say one last thing. In this life, I question everybody. From you want to, it's not saying that you don't believe the person whatsoever, but from parents to my teachers to my pastor to you question in life. And so with Conte, there's some questions I have for him. He's not untouchable. He has not won a Champions League or a couple. He's a great coach. I love him. And there's people on the other end, stream end, who will say him out, and I'm like, no, that's bullshit. That's crazy talk. But he's not untouchable. No one in life is untouchable. You can question a move, and there's some questions are starting to pop up. I don't know if you guys have talked about it, but there's some things I'm just scratching my head with Conte, and I don't know. And I said a lot. That was my rant, my half-time rant. It would have been louder if I was fully up, but
I guess since we're on the performance side and on about Son, do you guys think the way Perisic plays has that affected how Son performs? Because in last season it was always Sessegnon on the left wing back side, and with Sess he'd always cut inside, and then Son would go out wide, and then he'd dribble in. But with Perisic, he always likes to go to the byline, and so Son has to get squeezed in, I think, more centrally. And do you think maybe that's affecting how he plays because he's not, using his, I guess, skills where he can, dribble and stuff on the wings?
I was that comes into equation. There's another thing too. I don't know. I was watching. I think Irish. He was just saying the.
Wait, hold on. I gotta stop you for a second because you got Mr. DP calling me intellectually dishonest, which is not the case. You didn't have to leave though, but and then he's coming. That's a tweet, not a no. That's a definition. They're defining it, right? A definition isn't a mathematical construct. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It applies rules. Okay, if a ball hits a place, and first of all, SofaScore is not one of the. It's one of my Holy Trinity 3, but it's not the one that I use to define particular individual events. Right? FPREF is much better. Why is FPREF much better? Because every single thing that they do is defined. Right? Every single statistic that they list. Right? So first of all, I'm not being intellectually dishonest. Go to sofa.com and look at what they do. They define, they tell you every single thing that they do, right? So if you have a problem with somebody being, with a statistic on SofaScore, a big chance miss, Premier League, by the way, tracks big chance miss. Are they being intellectually honest too? I'm not the one being intellectually dishonest, right? It is defined, right? A chance that is reasonable. These are all based off XG. Right? XG itself does too also have a definition, right? Just because you don't know doesn't mean I'm being dishonest. And mathematical constructs, I'm sorry, my friend, this isn't an analytic, it's a statistic. A statistic is a definition, not a mathematical construct. An analytic is a mathematical construct. These are not analytics. These are statistics. It's just a definition. Did he score a goal? What's a goal? You got to define a goal. When the ball completely crosses over the line in between the sticks, that's a definition. When that event happens, it's counted as a what? Goal. A big chance miss is also defined. If a player is should have been like a penalty, is always considered a big chance, right? A high XG goal. Whatever they define it is, I could define a big chance as a goal that exceeds an XG of 3.35. And any goal that exceeded that XG would be a big chance miss or a big chance. That's what it is. So let's not be an a-hole, right? You obviously don't know what a definition is because you're expecting a mathematical construct. It's not a defined. That's not a definition for a statistic. Right? When you look at homicide deaths, what is that based off of? Homicides. Define homicide. Sorry. Mari, you frozen up?
Oh, no. No, I was just listening. No, I was just going to say, they were mentioning the front three. They got the service, and I was just like, really? And, I had to somewhat relook at the game again, and it's a combination of it's just a combination of stuff. I just think we there is one thing that is missing, that it's affecting us. How I really can't put my finger on it. It comes to that the wingbacks, we all know, play an important role. Such an important role, it rules out, one of my favorite positions on the field. That is a creative central attacking midfielder. We all know that Conte will prefer not to have it. Though his previous teams, he's had the Pirlos on his teams and whatsoever. I just think, it would help Sonny and Kane if there were decent or more serviceable opportunities for them. But then again, when they had that chance, I don't know if it's like, okay, well, we were expecting it because this game is, watching paint dry is more entertaining. When they finally do get it, it's like, oh shit, I mean, more believe if Kevin De Bruyne was on the team, but Sonny will have what 4 or 5 goals already. Kane will have more than what he has already. Like, so it's just almost to a point where, oh gosh, a pass actually came through, and the press. I mean, it is like, I'm watching the team, and it's just like, it's hard to really pick one player because it's just not there. And when it finally gets there, it's like an oh shit moment for these guys, because it's just like they're not expecting it. They won't tell you after the game's over, but it feels that way. And so it's kind of like
On that note, on that note, Mari, I think, are we on game 8 now for the season? I feel like we are, right?
So,
Yeah, I think we're like going 7 or 8 or something. Sonny has been red card or yellow card fouled for like, I think it's 4 or 5 games. He's been yellow card fouled and like just brought down, like dragged or like taken down when he finally got the ball and started to make a run and was about to be 1v1 on goal. Like, it just kept happening over and over again. Like, it happened in this game. It happened against Marseille. It happened in the Fulham game. It happened with Reece James and the Chelsea game. Like, it just happened over and over again. So it's like, oh, I got the ball. Yay, finally. And then he starts running.
Oh shit, I got tackled. It's like, I'm not gonna get it again.
Yeah, take him down. They either grab him and like just like wrestle him to the floor, or they like come in with like a sliding tackle. And then they're like, whatever, I'll take the yellow. Like, Reece James, even when the ref gave Reece James the yellow, he gave him a thumbs up because he was like, I'll take the yellow.
I remember that. Yeah.
That was already he should have gotten 2 yellows because he did that like 2 or 3 times to the Sun already. So he's like, yeah, I'll take the yellow, thumbs up. Because they just refuse to let him like go past him. I think that's like the specific like direction that their managers are telling him. Do not let Son get the ball and start running and get to a 1v1 with the goalkeeper. So every time it happens, it's like, oh my gosh. So to your point, Mari, it's like, wow, the pass finally happened for him. He's starting to go. Wah, wah. Never happens. He's taken down again.
You think that way? I mean, I've thought even anytime I play sports, where you feel like you're not getting as much opportunities, when you finally get the opportunity, it's kind of like you put pressure on yourself, like, oh, this has to happen now, because surely I'm not going to get a excellent opportunity again, and it's frustrating. And it's I watch my team. It's a hard watch, and I know we were undefeated before today, but man, by the end, I mean, I'm happy we get the points, but it's a hard watch, and I'm just talking about just the team. It's hard. It is. It's hard. It's boring at times.
I mean, I would give my, speaking of wingbacks, because you were saying wingbacks, I would give my firstborn child for Reece James to sign with us.
Oh yeah, I would
give my firstborn child.
And then post, and I guess it's hindsight, but in regards to Emerson, people were like, "Oh well, you're missing Trippier. You made Kyle Walker-Peters," and then they posted Serge Aurier. I said, "That's like shit." I said, Serge Aurier. I'm like, well, he's good for a defensive mistake, but at least he's good for a goal or assist as shit. Serge Aurier. I'm thinking long haul, like damn. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. It's just and I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be positive. But Emerson, but it's just you watch those plays, you clip those plays, and you just like it's someone. I'll pass it off. Someone I follow on Twitter. It was like he jinxed Emerson because Emerson supposed to sofa score. Well, I think the 75th minute had the highest. He was at 7.5. Once that dude posted it on Twitter, that's when Emerson went for crap. And I was like, could you wait till the end of the game to post his thing? Because he looked stupid. And I went after him, and he was just like, stubborn. Like, I'm still going to defend Emerson. But I'm just like, dude, you jinxed the dude. Because he actually at one time had the highest sofa score during the game. I don't know how, but he did. And
probably after the first half.
Yeah. And
I wouldn't doubt it.
And he posted it. And then I'm just like, I think you might want to delete that tweet now. Because once you posted it, shit hit the fan with Emerson. And it was
the best, like the highlight of the game for me, as you've already too, the highlight of the game, because the game was so miserable. The highlight was when the commentators were saying, and when I was watching BT Sport, and the commentators were like, the problem is they keep passing it to Emerson. He said it. They're like, they literally said, the problem is they keep passing it to Royale. And they're like, and they're depending on Royale for goal scoring, giving him all the big chances. It's like the commentators, the pundits know. They know.
I kid you not. When the ball goes to Emerson, a part of me feels it's dead. This is where dreams die. When the ball goes to Emerson, I just already know. I don't expect anything. Like literally, subconsciously, I'm like, oh, there goes our attack. There goes our counter. It's done. He is where when the ball goes to him, that is where dreams die. The dream of possibly scoring a goal.
Ellie, I would give away my firstborn child for Akimi, but I've gotten desperate to the extent that when I watch Emerson Royale, I'm like, you know what? I'll give him to anybody. I'll give my firstborn child away so that I can get Reece James, Carrasco, like just give me somebody.
But I'd have to look that up, Ellie, to see if he's the most fouled player this season. Although we are fouling more than we are being fouled, I'll give us that. But there are very little stats that you can look up all at the same time. I'd have to look.
I don't know if he's the most fouled, but
Will
he's
and
definitely
CQ.
getting the most hard. I feel like he's probably getting the most hard fouled. At least, definitely on our team, at least.
I could tell you by each game.
Hard fouled.
He's been fouled this season. I can tell you that real easy.
Will, one question.
Yeah.
And to C cubed as well. If you have to arrange these 4 players in the order, like our 4 forwards from Kane, Son, Kulusevski, and Richarlison, and you have to arrange them in the order of best to worst this season, what will be your order?
I'd have to look it up. Right, as of last count, it would have been Kane, Son, Kulu, Richarlison.
No, 7 games, all 7 games.
Yeah.
7 or 8, whatever it is. 8 games actually. 2 Champions League and 6 league games.
Yeah, I haven't updated my spreadsheet in a couple of weeks, so I'd have to see.
No, like still by your instincts and intuition.
I don't live by my instincts and intuition.
CQ, do you?
Who lives by their instincts and intuition when they have data? That's silly.
Well, I'm not gonna pull stats up like Will.
Hold on, I got because I'm gonna show them why. Right? If the speed limit, hold on, one second. If the speed limit says it's 30 miles an hour, are you just gonna guess what the speed limit is with your thoughts and intuition? No, right? You know what the speed limit is. It's 30 miles an hour, so you go 30, right? Because if you went by your thoughts and intuition, the guy in front of you could be going 50 and you still get a ticket, right? Cop doesn't care if you thought the speed limit was 50. That's not the way life works.
Well, I think that you're missing the point that you can feel the energy of the car. Like you can feel the energy of the car and the trajectory to know that it's 30 miles.
When the data is available, why? If there's no data available, then yeah, you use your intuition. Like
you can change your opinions later on after looking at the spreadsheet. But right now, what is your opinion? You can change it later on. No problem.
I used
but right now, what is it?
Kane, Son, Kulusevski, Richarlison.
I use the energy.
Richarlison has been worst for you, right?
Yeah, he's played the least amount of minutes, so he's played the worst.
I use the data and the energy called Waze. So when I speed over 30 minutes, I know the cops.
Exactly. You know the cops are going to be there in 5 before you get there. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Waves guys click it for you.
What do you say?
Love Waze. Use Waze guys.
So I'm not going to pull up data, but I will say that based off of my biased eyes combined with what I'm looking at in regards to goal contributions and goal contributing actions, I would say that it would be Kane, Son, Decky, and Richie. And the reason why I say that is because despite the fact that Son is the only one that hasn't scored, he's been actually contributing to goals through like movement and playmaking, because he has been the assist on the assist multiple times over, more than Richie has, and even Decky has. So that's why
Kane's got 0 GCA.
So for me, the reason why I say that is because of what actions are they taking in regards to will contribute to a goal. And for me, I think that makes more sense for me than just only scoring goals or only creating space or only running. It's like, what are their entirety of their contribution? People that think that Son is not contributing, I don't think that that's accurate when you actually look at his goal contributing actions.
Yeah. Will. Just on that Todd Bowley's comment that you just got, you were saying we Americans are, very patient. We give our clients and our managers a lot of time.
No, I said it seems that the Premier League. Hold on. Let me correct you. Okay. I said it seems like the American Premier League owners, right? Not all Americans. There's a lot of impatient Americans. First of all, okay, so let me make it clear. I don't make hasty
No, bro,
generalizations like that.
you said
No, no,
that
no,
by
no, no,
giving
no, no, no,
example
no,
of
no, no, no,
Kroenke,
no, no, no,
isn't
no.
it?
I said that it seems like they're generous. Okay, now Tuchel could have been sacked or should have been sacked. We don't know why Tuchel was sacked. It doesn't mean that they were generous. I didn't think that they would sack Tuchel. I was wrong. Right? They did sack Tuchel. I don't think it's not because they were not generals. I said in my evidence for that, right, for my claim that American owners seem to be generous, is the teams that have American owners, their managers tend to last longer than non-American owners.
Can I back you up on that, Will? You have to listen what he says, and you got to look at the evidence. Todd Bowley owns the Los Angeles Dodgers. They've had consistently had the same manager for 8 years. The Dodgers won the
And a
World
horrible
Series.
team.
Yeah, and the Dodgers won the World Series finally the last couple of years, but they are one of the best baseball teams because they built like a foundation, and now the Dodgers right now the one of the best run baseball teams. And so apparently, what he wants to do with Chelsea,
He splashes a lot of cash as well, right, bro?
he wants to, yeah, he's used cash. He wants to build
He spends a lot
a,
of money.
he wants to have that Ferguson, and that's why I think the hire of Potter is good for him. It's going to be weird because we know Chelsea has suspended club. He will suspend.
Right. The fact that he hired Potter means he's going to be patient. It's not. He's not looking for the win now because Potter ain't a win now manager. He's not.
He's going to set it up.
Maybe with better players, he is.
Foundation for years. So that's why it's, I said when they were talking about this on Sky, why fight Tuchel.
Exactly.
I'm like, we are in trouble because if Bowley does the way of the Dodgers, and then you have Newcastle coming in, like if we don't get
So we won't be even in top 4, bro.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we
That's
don't
what I'm
get,
saying. Hold on. It doesn't. Even if they don't get top 4, they're not going to sack Potter. Hold on. They won't. Hold on. They won't sack Potter at all. But what I'm saying, Reload's got this spot on because it's the exact same thing with Arsenal and Emery and Arteta, right? Unai Emery and Arteta. Unai Emery was not right. You have to understand that the Cronkies didn't become full owners until 2018, right?
Yeah.
So Arteta is the Cronkies guy.
He's doing a good job,
right?
bro. I have to say.
Okay, I disagree. And then
No, what
Potter is going to be Todd Bowley's guy, right? And this Graham Potter is going to be at Chelsea for probably like 4 years, and fans are going to hate it.
Yeah, Chelsea fans, they will be impatient, bro. Like they have won so much. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you saw that tweet, Will, that I tagged you on?
But sometimes I feel
Which
we
one?
should also be like that to raise the expectations. Because then, the board and players won't even feel it. They will be like, even if we lose our cup finals, even if we don't win any trophies, fans
Come
will
on
be
the
like,
show and tell me I'm wrong, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Because
saying.
right now all you've been doing is running your mouth fallaciously in the comments. So come on,
Just
show
destroy
me,
people,
demonstrate how I'm wrong. Right? Because right now I seem to understand it more than you. Right? Because that was a definition provided word for word. What you said was a tweet, was a definition provided word from word from Opta, the place that gives the definitions for the statistic itself. Word for word. A situation where a player should reasonably be expected to score, usually in a one-on-one scenario or from very close range, when the ball has a clear path to goal and there is a low to moderate pressure on the shooter. Penalties are always considered.
Well,
big
I
chances.
have a rebuttal
Hold
to
on,
this.
don't interrupt me while I'm speaking. Word for word, what SofaScore posted on their Twitter feed. Right? Word for word.
Well, I have a rebuttal.
Okay, rebut.
Yeah, okay. So I am saying this that even these definitions that you are showing to us, even these definitions have been created by different human beings on the base of their assumptions.
Correct. They are
So
arbitrary. Yes.
you are basing your facts and so-called objectivity on the base of their assumptions. So
Okay.
basically, even your opinion becomes subjective, right? Because
No,
even
no,
these
no. It's
definitions are assumptions.
arbitrary. What's the difference between subjective and arbitrary?
But this is arbitrary, bro. It is plus
It is
3.5.
arbitrary. You are right. It is absolutely arbitrary. But
Exactly.
what is the difference between subjective and arbitrary? Arbitrary is defined, right? That's when something moves from subjective into the arbitrary catalog. It has been clearly defined. Okay. For example.
But what if that definition is wrong?
It can't be wrong.
It can be because it is
No,
arbitrary.
no.
You don't know whether it is right
It
or
cannot
wrong.
be wrong. Okay. If I say, right, that a purple puncher upper is when you kick a guy in the shin so hard that it leaves a bruise. Okay. That definition cannot be wrong. I have defined it. So anytime a player on the pitch kicks somebody in the shin and gets a bruise, they've got a purple puncher upper. Okay. That's it. It's defined. You can think it's dumb. That's fine.
No.
That's your opinion.
Well. Wrong analogy. Plus 3.5 can't be the right definition. Why not 3.2? Why not 3.8? Why not 3.0? How did you come to the conclusion that it has to be more than 3.5?
Because I chose that. So that is now the definition. I have defined
So why
it as
not
such.
3.2? Why not 3.2 is right? Why only 3.5?
Because I picked 3.5. I defined it. You can disagree with the definition, right? But I have defined it as 3.5.
That's assumption.
Dude, you're missing the point. The definition is arbitrary, okay? Whether the event meets the definition or not is objective. It is either 3.5 or it is not 3.5. It is either above 3.5 or it is not above 3.5. Do you get that? Right? You can argue the definition, okay, all day you want, right? You can argue semantics all day. You can argue definitions till you're blue in the face.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether an event meets the criteria set is either objectively true or objectively false. It cannot be both true and false at the same time. That is a logical impossibility. Do you get that?
I totally get that, but all I am saying is, if we change it from 3.5 to 2.5 or 2.8, something else, then
It has a
statistics
different
will change all
definition.
of a sudden.
And it's a different definition.
So as per the different definition, which is also arbitrary, just like 3.5,
That's
statistics
why-
will change. Performances will change, isn't it?
No. Performances don't
Yes, it
change.
will.
No, the performance doesn't change. The metric by which that performance is judged is
Yeah,
changed.
exactly. Exactly.
Okay. The performance is the same, right? Whether it's good or bad or better or worse, right, may change, right? The criteria may change. Like I said, the definition is arbitrary.
So
Okay?
you are telling us that the players' ratings are on the base of arbitrary definition, which can be different. So that is why it is not a complete measurement, right? Because it can change with arbitrary
Bro,
definition.
nothing is complete, man. Nothing in the world is complete.
Yeah.
Air. What's the definition of air?
So something which is present in the atmosphere. It
Okay,
contains
so what's the
oxygen, carbon
definition
dioxide,
of
contains
kongi?
nitrogen. Sorry?
What's the definition of kongi?
What's that?
Well, translated, it would be air in English from Korean,
Okay.
right? So all it is a description, okay? The word itself is arbitrary, right? The fact that we call the stuff in the air, the oxygen, the carbon monoxide, all of those things mixed together in the atmosphere that we breathe is an arbitrary description that we define as air. Do you get that? All words, every word in the world that exists is arbitrary.
No, but you are disagreeing as well as agreeing with me. You just agreed.
I'm
to
not
the fact that
agreeing
stats are
with
not
you,
complete.
bro.
No, you just said stats are not complete. Nothing is complete. You just said that.
No, you are missing the point by a mile, my friend. The description, how we describe an event. The event happened. The event is real. It is a fact, right? Undescribable, objective. How you describe that event is arbitrary. It can't not be arbitrary because human beings are defining it. The fact that a goal is arbitrary, my friend. Everything is arbitrary when it's defined by a human. That's not unusual. For you to say that statistics are not complete because they have arbitrary definitions is the biggest fallacy of duh, of course. All things are that way. All statistics, everything that happens, anything that exists in reality is described arbitrarily. It can't not be because language, by definition, is arbitrary.
Yeah, I would say, I took stats, had to take stats at grad school. Any counselor in college would tell you because you have to do all these surveys, you got to do all the data and personality tests and whatsoever. You have to look at the complete because I always use this. I always use this in debates. If I'm debating, let's just say black on black crime, and they were like, "Well, why people bring this up because it's the same number with white on white crime, right?" I'm using that as an example, but I'm like, no, you gotta go more in depth. Yes, if you go to China and see the Chinese crime, right, will be at 100% or 99% or 98%, right? But the numbers of homicides or crimes is less. So, and I bring the stat that black on black crime is a huge problem from white on white crime because the population of white on white crime is the population is much bigger, the sample is much bigger than what will be African American in regards to the numbers. It's the same thing when people say, "Oh, well, there was at one time the same murder rate in the city of Orlando, 34, as New York City, 34." Oh, there you go. It's the same number. Whoa, 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 whoa. 34% out of 9 million people in New York City, whereas 34% of 1 million in Orlando, the 34% of 1 million of Orlando is much worse than New York City. But, but if someone wants to prove that, and there are people who do that argue, they won't even look at the ladder of what I just said. They're just like, look, it's 34 at 34, and they will run with it on the media or whatever their platform is, if they have a podcast or a TV show or network TV. And so that's why for me, stats are to be used, but I like to look at the whole picture. If someone is really honest, they will tell you, okay, boom, 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 boom. Rather than run with one stat, they will tell you the whole picture of it. And then along with, if we talk about sports, then they'll look at the eye test and have some other factors that come in.
So stats do not tell you the why, right? I mean, they can in some instances. You can infer. You could confidently infer the why sometimes from a statistic, right? For example, a goal. You saw that a goal was scored. The statistic is 1 goal. You can infer that a person kicked the ball into the net, right? It wasn't an alien, right? Might have been a dog or a bird, depending on the particular thing, right? But
wait. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mark, don't talk about stats if you don't understand. No, I understand stats. I got a degree in it, so I understand stats. And I've watched Moneyball. That's one of my favorite movies. I don't need to watch Moneyball. I've seen it.
Yes,
it's about the open. It's about the open A's, beanball. Like I know about I know about Moneyball.
Brad Pitt.
So
He's a money guy.
Yeah, I used to work at the bank, so I know I've worked with numbers, and I'm usually will tell you I test along with stats. I use I use both. So don't tell me don't talk about stats. I talk about stats all the time. Yeah, I will probably blow you out the water. Micro, macroeconomics. Right. So I studied that amount of that. So what are you saying?
I think there's a lot of time. There's a lot. I think people get confused on terms a lot of the times, and they conflate or equivocate statistics and analytics.
I apologize, Mix. I just woke up. I just about. You were just. I'm
I
sorry.
think the XD means joke. I think that's what that. I guess. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
I
apologize.
But what I'm saying is like a lot of, but like I think Adiata and also to Mr. P or MP or whatever it is, they conflate analytics and statistics, right? Because a mathematical construct that determines things would be a model, first of all. And a model is not a statistic. A model is a thing that makes predictions, right? For example, XG, XA, XG build-up chain, all of the analytics, right, are models, right? Mathematical constructs that make predictions, right? That is an analytic, not a statistic, right? A statistic is a thing that happens, an event that happens in reality. Stats are always true as long as the data is correct. Okay? If the data is incorrect, that's a different thing, right? If a guy had 5 tackles, but he really only had 4, and somebody actually just fat fingered a 5, right? Boom. But that's why you have multiple sources, not just one. That's why I have the holy trinity of statistical information. Right. Which is, for me, understand.com. These are the free sources. There are some paid sources that have even better information. FBref and SofaScore. And then here, there, for that. But with those 3, you can get pretty much any statistic that you want. That's it, man. I don't understand why people make a big deal about stats, man. It's not a big deal. It's really not. It's really not as big a deal as people want to make it out to be. But when people deny things that happen in reality, that's a logical issue that has nothing to do with statistics. And that's what gets me all flustered up, because it's logically impossible.
I wish I could just like get somebody to sing this song, because I don't sing rap, but I wish we could just create this song that every time Will was about to break down stats, it's like, be like, I like big stats and I cannot lie. It's like,
I like big stats and I cannot lie.
It's like Sir Mix-a-Lot. I like big stats and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny.
No, but I mean, it's really just not. I just don't, because it's not a statistical problem. This is a logic issue. It is either A or not A. Right? There are 3 laws of logic, right? In classical logic. Which, I mean, if we want to get really ridiculous into modal, just different types of modal logics and, whatever, I don't know, philosophy can get really, really weird. But let's just stick to the basics, right? Classical logic, right? The law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, and the law of identity. Boom. It is what it is, right? For example, if I say there's a God, then you have to ask me, define God. Then I define what God is. And once I define what God is, what I'm describing as God, right? That's the definition that I use. You can no longer do an internal critique if we have 2 different definitions. Then what you define as God is not what I define as God. And so we're talking about 2 completely different things. People got to realize those things, right? Right? What I say a good defender is and what you think a good defender is are 2 completely different things. We cannot argue with each other. If you think that being a good defender is letting guys come by you and score goals, that may be dumb from my point of view. But if that's what you think a good defender is, I cannot internally critique your definition unless I find a contradiction the fact that it breaks the law of excluded middle or the law of identity. If you break one of those three laws, then I can say that your definition is illogical.
Yeah,
If it's not, I can't argue it. Right? It's like what Mari thinks is pretty and what I think is pretty. I can define that. I can tell you right now what I think is pretty about a girl, what attracts me to a woman. I can list it out. Brown hair, right? Between the height of 5'2" and 5'7". Sorry, tall girls. Sorry, really short girls. Right? I can give you weights. I can define what I think is to be attractive. It's just subjective. You can't argue with my definition of beauty. It's mine. It belongs to my consciousness.
I have the beholder.
That's right. For all I know, you guys don't exist. I think, therefore, I am. I'm the only one I know exists. And all of y'all can be figments of my imagination. I could be talking to myself for the past 3 hours. For all I know.
Well, you
Brain in a vat.
Well, you said defender, and I'm going to be fair because I missed out this point. I don't know if he rushed back to get back on the team, but something's wrong with Romero. Even though Emerson got nutmeg, you watch Romero trailing. Romero is usually aggressive on a point. I'm thinking Romero kind of rushed. Maybe might have rushed in because his last two games he hasn't been.
Mari, do you think he looked a little tired? I feel like he looked tired. His face.
He just woke up, Marin did.
Oh no, Romero.
Romero.
Yeah.
I mean, am I the only one seeing that? I'm seeing that he's not the same since his injury.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't help in regards to our depth. Our supposed depth that we had, which. I throw that out there. You guys noticing, Romero, he's a bit different, and also our depth. This thing that everybody on Twitter have said we got a lot of depth. I'm like, well, if you talk about numbers, okay, but quality, that's another question.
Why do you think he didn't play Longley today? I thought he would play Longley, Mari.
I know. I mean, Davies, he got spun. Tremendous save by Lloris. Actually, my man of the match was Lloris, despite the goals. Because it could have been more. That one save, I literally a man of the match. And then the header came in, and I was like, shit, I jinxed him too. But before that, Perisic got spun, and then Davies, that guy did a number on, and there was a tremendous save by Lloris. But I'm thinking, why not put in Langley? I'm like,
yeah.
But like I said, with Conte, there's a couple questions that, to be fair, that like I said, no one's untouchable in regards to questioning. And I just feel that with Conte is just kind of like, why not start Langley? Or why play Emerson? Like, all right, Daugherty is, what health is Matt Daugherty at? Because Kulu was at his best when, Daugherty was, his pair on that side of the field. So it's just, and Mix, I agree with you, Mix. You can't judge Romero on his defensive part. His defensive part's not good enough. I 100% agree. I think he's a little bit off. And, I love Romero. He's probably my favorite player on the team. But it's a bit different with him now. The last couple of games. And no. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ali. Yeah, there's I don't remember. I think he maybe rushed back, but can you blame him? I think he's not at 100%.
Mr. DP and this guy's Park, like, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But this has nothing to do with the definition for analytic in statistics or logic. Right? You're talking about math. Right? I'm sorry. What is the first principle of a sports statistic? Tell me, please. Educate me. Please do.
Well, you didn't have an episode of stats and empirical figures.
No, because this is what I'm saying, right? An XG, expected goal, is a goal that never happens, right? It's what's an expected. It's a prediction based on certain events. If there are 1 or 2 or 3 people in front of the goal, the distance, right? The amount of people, defenders in between the goal and the player, all of these things change. And whether this event meets that specific situation is also subjective, right? There is no defined rule. 3 defenders 0.1, 2 defenders 0.15, right? It's not empirical or semi-empirical. It is a sport analytic. They have these in basketball as well, right? There's a difference between a sport analytic, the type of analytic that I'm talking about, and the mathematical type of analytic that you're talking about. 2 completely different things. Again, with the word of definition, it's completely different. When I'm talking about analytics, I'm talking about a logical analysis of an event and defining it with a term. That's an analytic, my friend. Seriously, we gotta stop. XG, XA. That's the one that I said we're analytics. XG buildup chain. Anything expected is an analytic. Because it can't be a statistic until it happens. I'm sorry, this is so easy that it really makes me laugh. I'm sorry, I don't want to come off like a pretentious prick, and I know that I am. But this is so easy and so ridiculous. I don't even know why there's an argument. Right? Expected goals are a thing that did not happen. What is the definition of a statistic? A fact. Is XG a fact? Mari, is XG a fact? Did it happen in reality?
It's predicted.
It's predicted. So it can't be a fucking statistic, can it? So if it's not a statistic, then what the fuck is it? It's a fucking analytic. Doesn't take a rocket scientist, but apparently I'll get it in 2 or 3 years because I'm a smart guy. Stick it up, the sun don't shine. It's seriously silly. I don't even understand why this is an argument. Let's use our brains a little bit. Please, let's do that. Let's use them.
I know I came late, but I said on the Sunny standards, what did you think of the front 3 today? Well, because I didn't, like I said, I just came in late. What did you think? And on your scale of where Sonny and Kane is, and Carlson.
I thought Richarlison was the worst out of the front 3 today. I thought Son was non-existent going forward, for the most part, but I thought pulled a shift defensively. Right? He's not a defender. I didn't think he did anything bad. Like I wasn't watching him in big up Phil. I do like to make it fun. Oh my gosh, this is so dumb. Statistic is an inference about population from sample. No, it's not, bro. No, it's not. That's a population statistic. You just define population statistic, bro. It's literally not. There's a dictionary. Use one. So people don't understand. People don't understand this. They get into statistics have so many different fields, bro. There's sales statistics. There's people statistics, population statistics, right? And it's not an inference, right? It's not an inference. If it's stat, it's not an inference.
Yeah.
Like, it's seriously, like, Sean got mad at me one time because I had to actually look this up. But let's look up the definition of statistic in the Webster Dictionary, right? So that we can all agree at least on a definition of statistic. Right?
My line of work, I have to look at the data, like especially if we're placing a kid, let's say, into a classroom where, and this is like ESC, EBD. EBD means emotional behavior disorder, or if you take a kid, let's say from in the first grade or kindergarten, right? If you want something to happen, okay, they have extra services like extra time on a test. We cannot just place any kid with extra services or whatever. You have to come to the meeting where there's the parents there, there's experts there with data. So teachers, their job not only to teach, but also collect data to back up their proof that okay, this child may need these extra services. And so I get to see the data, the numbers practically every day in regards to what's next for that child. Um, Either that child is gifted or not. And so it's, you have to, I mean, data counts unless you're doing something or profession that it's least likely to, to be used. In sports, people look at that, in regards to giving out contracts. Okay, what did you do? What did you perform? And such and such. It's part of life, looking at the numbers, stats, you know.
Yes.
It's part of reality, you know. I look at stats even with my Airbnb. Right, how many people come to Mexico, San Miguel, where I have an Airbnb part of the year? Well, I look at it. I look at the last couple of years. I look at the trends. Oh, this is a good season in San Miguel, Mexico, because the Day of the Dead is coming up, Halloween. So a lot of people travel, and then Christmas is coming up. So in the fall, winter, surprisingly, gets high numbers in that town than spring and summer because the festivals, right? Day of the Dead is in October, and it's huge stuff. So when I'm looking at where to get Airbnb, or like I have to look at the data, I have to look at the trends, I have to look at what other Airbnb people are doing, how much are they charging. It's not just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna just pick any spot in Cancun or any spot in Costa Rica and boom, I'm gonna do Airbnb. You have to do the research. You have to look at the stats. You gotta look at the data. If you want to make money, I mean, if you want to be successful, you're gonna have to look at those stats. Now the eye test will be talking to the people. Oh no, no, we're good, mix. We're good. We're good. I have talked to the people also in town, and they'll back me up. Oh, Day of the Dead, Halloween, Dead Christmas coming. Yeah, in the fall and winter, Mari, that Airbnb in San Miguel, the island in Mexico, is going to make a lot of money. April's a good month because a lot of weddings happen in April. Easter's coming up. So you have to, that would be the eye test, talking to the people. Along then, look at the stats. Okay, I'm ready to invest my money into that preposition because I've done my research and let's see if I'm going to make profit off that profit. So that's how I look at it using that data and stats, even the Airbnb business. So it's important. It's important. I mean, I think you can't leave out the eye test also. You put both. They both work hand in hand. So
You also You
Wait,
also
hold on. Can you, Mr. DP, before you do this, read what you said. A statistic is an inference. And then you changed your word to a calculation, right? A calculation from a population is a fact. I know. What is a calculation? What's the difference between an inference and a calculation? Please just stop already. Please just stop. Or I will just time your ass out. Because it's really getting boring now, right? Because we're talking about sports statistics. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about things from a population. How many populations of goals are there? It's not. A sport statistic, by definition, is recorded data live as it occurs. Recorded data. Let me show you. A sports statistic, right, is recorded data live as it occurs. Okay. I'm sorry.
Well,
your experience in whatever field of statistics you're related to is irrelevant to this one. It's like a doctor. If you're really good at doing toes, right? Toe cosmetic surgery. I don't want you doing my heart or my brain surgery, right? Just because you're a doctor doesn't mean you're an expert in everything that has to happen. Right? I'd rather have a cosmetic surgeon who does toes do operation on me than I would the mechanic down the road, right? But I wouldn't want you to do my heart surgery either, because you don't know anything about hearts other than what you learned in a couple classes back in graduate school, undergraduate school, probably even. Okay. So please, let's not be just ridiculous. You're just being ridiculous now. You really are.
You about to say something, Cube?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that, Will was saying that it's getting boring. It's totally not getting boring. That's why I just randomly decided to remix the beginning of a Sir Mix-a-Lot Baby Got Backs On into a stats one. Yeah, I just decided to do that because I'm not bored at all.
I'm not bored, Bill. I feel there's a lot of people get bored by it. Like TV's loving it.
I like stats. Will.
Philly's loving it.
Before of I'm up it with it, but there is.
I just wish that people would just stop being so. What's the word I'm using, man? Well, fallacious is one thing, and then two, intellectually dishonest. That's what you're being. You're being intentionally dishonest because you know what I'm saying is true and you're trying to prove me wrong and you won't because I'm not. Take that to your fact bank and cash it.
I mean, well, hey, my remix does kind of allude to that a little bit in the second verse.
Bow to my statistical superiorities.
Yeah. Anyways, it's kind of alluding to it in my second.
I am Lord Sauron of Mount Statistic. You will bow to me.
We need William to remix that somehow.
I can do it. Thank you, Google. She says, 숫자 좀 늘었어요?
좀 느려요, 제가. I'm a little slow with numbers, so I appreciate.
I wouldn't say that. I'm not slow in numbers. You're fine. I'm not fast with numbers either, but I am fast with logic. I'm fast with logic. So
I demand that you sing my rap. You rap my rap well, and it becomes a breakdown every single time you're about to break down stats.
Bro, then explain to me why I'm wrong, man. You literally keep saying things and I keep rebutting exactly what you do. Sample versus population. Basic stats. This is sports statistics, dude. How many times do I do that? A sample would be a thing of sports statistics, right? Versus population. Okay? Wrong use of the term. Ridiculous to anyone educated in the field. Obviously not. Obviously, you're not educated in the field. What is a sports statistic? Is it an inference of a population? Please tell me. Answer yes or no, Mr. DP. Is a sports statistic, is a goal an inference from a population, yes or no? And the explanation, please. We'll wait until you answer, Mr. DP. I know there's a bit of a lag here. Is a goal an inference of a population, Mr. DP, yes or no? Which population is a goal?
Yeah, nah, I'm getting weirded out.
I just don't even understand why he's even arguing it.
Population and goals.
From what population does a goal come from in a match, in a live match, live sporting event? Please educate me. A goal is a fact. I know that. I agree with you. I'm asking you what inference from a population? Should we go back to your definition of statistic? Shall we remind the people? I said statistics were facts. And you said no. They aren't. Right? I said analytics, XG, XA, XG buildup chain. All of the expected things are not stats. They can't be because they are not facts. They are analytics, right? By definition. You said I was wrong. Then you said a statistic is an inference about a population from a sample. I asked, does that definition apply to the context of the conversation that we are having about sports? No, it does not. Then you said that an inference, right? A calculation. You then changed your definition, right? A calculation from a population is a fact. I agreed with you, right? Right? One person living down the road plus another living person down the road is two people living down the road. That is a fact. I agree. I can agree. I do not disagree with you at all. Okay. Then you said, apparently, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Then I ask you, right? From what inference or population, right, is a goal? From what population are you inferring a goal? Does your definition fit? Does it apply? Is it applicable to sports statistics? Yes or no? In the explanation, please. No, of course it doesn't. So what the fuck are you doing? You just literally went full circle and agreed with my original statement, which was what? Goal is a fact. Statistics are facts. Do you or do you not agree? Statistics are facts. Are statistics facts? Yes or no?
Well, according to my stats, Baby Got Back to Stats remix, it is. Because it is one of the lyrics that I chose to put in there.
When a fan, I like big stats and I cannot lie. The other stat man can't deny. When a fan jumps on with an itty bitty brain and spouting in your face, you get riled. Want to pull up stats because you know those stats are facts. Baby got stats.
I'm just thinking about the song. Oh my goodness. Yeah, good job, Q. Good job, Q.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to get the instrumental and
Thank you.
and
I just been waiting for Will to rap it all this time. I kept pointing the finger at it over and over again and be like, please
I can't see your finger.
Yeah, you know what? It's the middle one. It's a middle one going up.
That'll work too.
Yeah.
I literally don't understand what this is even arguing about. I don't get it. But it's like Mr. D's apparently owned me tonight. and then literally said the exact same thing I said that he argued with me about in the first place. It's hilarious.
Nah, man.
Absolutely hilarious.
I remixed Baby Got Back into stats.
But maybe one day,
Mind.
maybe one day I'll learn, because apparently I'm not smart enough to know that a goal is a fact.
I'll Saturday, right?
Sorry. A goal is a fact.
No, can we play Saturday? What do you guys? I don't even know if it's gonna make a difference. What do you guys want to see, like lineup wise? You know, on Saturday. What do you guys want to see? Like I said, I'll be good tomorrow. I said so. Actually, it's already tomorrow. That's a fact. I'm just so down, but
it's true.
But
today,
yeah. What do you guys want to see on Saturday?
By the metric, hold on, but let me just answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
By the metrics by which SofaScore pulls their numbers, it is a fact that Emerson was better on the day than Son. By whatever metric, whatever of the 1,500 different things that they use to rate that, right? I showed it in the background, the whole definition of how they get their numbers that they get live, right? By whatever computer model that they have, and then whatever statistics and how they have those weighted, right? It is a fact by that criteria that Emerson was better than Son today. Got no problem saying that. Got no problem saying that. I've never said that SofaScore's metric and or criteria is law. But it's defined and it's consistent. It's unbiased. Right? Which means, right, that there is no bias between Kane or Son. Right? My feelings, Cube's feelings, Gogama's feelings, Mari's feelings, Mr. DP's feelings. Nobody's feelings are applied to that number, right? Go to football.london and they give their playing ratings after the game, right? Are those objective?
Thanks.
Or are they subjective? They're subjective. I prefer things that are the most objective as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So I rate SofaScore ratings higher than individual people's opinions. I do, because they're based off data. They are. They're not based off emotion.
I take SofaScore with a grain of salt. Like I will look at their individual stats, but I actually won't really pay as much attention to the final like SofaScore, because I think that SofaScore, and I mean, I don't know how it totally is calculated, but it feels like if somebody is like they have more touches, they're on the ball, they're sort of like in the game more, even if they're like fucking up on the ball and fucking up in the game, like they will increase their SofaScore sometimes, but it's not like they're not necessarily playing better, like Emerson Ryan's case. So I basically don't. I take SofaScore with a grain of salt. I'll look more at individual, like specific stats, like goal contributing actions or completed passes, or like I'll kind of like look at that, and it's not like I dig all deep, but like I'll kind of like look at that, but I won't really look at like the full like SofaScore that much. I'm
Bob,
just saying what I say.
Big up, Bob. Yeah, I agree with his tweet, because, like I said, I saw some of the streams earlier. Those same excuses there, people are putting out there, and it's just someone said this. Maybe it was Rez. This loss, right? Because because we haven't we haven't lost the game since April or something. We haven't dropped points no, something lost since April 16th. So all that winning, some ugly winning that was covering a lot of stuff, It was just wait till we get that first loss. Well, it happened yesterday, and so the excuses and all, like, everything's coming out now, and it's just yeah. And now we have to rebound against Leicester City, and yeah, I think well, you're going to describe about what you want to see lineup wise, what you want to see.
Will's not admitting anything. Yeah.
No, I admit that he managed to rebut me a lot. Right? He offered rebuttals.
Yeah,
I buried all of those rebuttals into the dirt.
That's where
but
it was.
you managed to rebut many times. Yes, that is
That
true.
was
I admit
coming. I knew that was coming, by the way.
it. But no, another guy asked too if I get the stats from Optima. So FBref pulls from both Optima and StatBomb. And so if people would like to meet the team from StatBomb, here's the team from StatBomb. If you want to moan at people for things, go moan at that. Go moan to these guys right here. Go moan to them. In the UK, StatBomb, champions of data analysts. You see what they do? They watch games with their eyes, and they record events. I don't know how else people think that these stats get there. They don't magically appear out of thin air. But you want to be it. I should join their team.
Do they work
for a job?
with clubs? Like, do they share the information with like clubs?
Yeah. So like FBref, for example, if you go around FBref, I really like FBref because it gives definitions, and they also cite a lot of their sources. And so if you go down to the bottom of the page, it says football data provided by Digital Data Sports Group, and advanced statistics provided by StatsBomb. So yeah, and they also pull from Optima as well. They give Optima definitions. So for example, if you were to, let's say, grab one person, this is what I love about SofaScore. Let's pick Messi just for an example. Or I mean, sorry, not SofaScore. FBref. This is the place that I go first. This is where you get all the good stuff. But let's say goals, right? I want to know what goals mean. What does goals mean? Right? It'll actually tell you, right? A goal scored per 90 minutes, right? Per 90 minutes. Played per squad game. Minimum of 30 minutes played per squad game to qualify as a leader, right? So in order to get into the leader groups, right? So an assist, XG. XG totals include penalty kicks, but do not include penalty shootouts unless otherwise noted, provided by StatsBomb, right? It tells you where they get the stat from, okay? An underline indicates there is a match that is missing data, but will be updated when available, right? So, right, each one of these things has a glossary, and it tells you what each and every word means. Right? So you can know where they got it from and what the data is. It's really nice. Good site. Good site. Oh my gosh. No, it's not subjective at all. It's not subjective, bro. I don't think you know what subjectivity means, man. Should we look up the word of subjectivity? Let's look it up.
Bro, are you student of statistics or data analytics? Something
Everybody
like that.
used to do it. Everybody's an expert, except when they're not. Except when they're wrong. Okay, let's look up the definition of subjectivity, because apparently people are struggling with, and you may not be native English speaker, Mr. DP, so I won't blame you for that. But let's look at the word subjective and see what it is, what it means. Boom. do the eye test on it. You want me to do the eye test on subjectivity? Okay. So the it's a noun. The quality of being based on or influenced by your personal feelings, taste, or opinions. Oh my gosh. So that goal going across the line was based on, you know what? I don't feel it went across the line, even though the referee called it a goal. I'm not, because my feelings didn't do it. That would be a subjective statistic, right? Recording events that happen are not subjective, for fuck's sake. It is objective. It either happened or it did not. Fact. Pick one of these stats and I can tell you which one is a stat and which one is not a stat, which one is subjective, right? Or an analytic, right? Or which one is a fact.
But even facts can be subjective at times.
Facts cannot be subjective. That is an oxymoron. It is logically impossible. No, it is logically impossible for a fact to be subjective. The definition of subjective is not factual.
No.
Okay? The definition of objective is a fact. Should we look up the word objective next?
No. How stats are calculated, that can be subjective.
No,
that
it's
can
not.
Be on the base of assumptions.
The presumptions you make with statistics can be subjective. Yes, you can lie with statistics. That is true. Right? The stat itself is not subjective. Facts are incapable of being subjective. It is a contradiction. Right? It is a logical contradiction for a statistic to be subjective. Period. Analytics, yes. Robert E. knows what he's talking about. Robert, you should come on the show sometime. Robert, help me out here, Robert.
Will.
Yes, come on the show.
Yeah. What's that up with that? Yeah.
Do you think major honors should also be counted as part of statistics to determine the quality of player?
One more time.
Do you think major honors should be seen as a measure for while determining the quality of the player?
What was the first part? What was the first part? I'm sorry, one more time.
Major honors.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. Measured honors?
Major honors, like if they want to
major honors? No.
Yeah.
Those are opinionated. Like, for example,
what's a team?
Yeah.
Well, it's also a team, but also too when it comes to it, when people win awards, it's based on like opinions. Like there's some stats like Golden Boot.
Rating a player is completely subjective in the first place.
Yeah, Golden Boot is like
the greatest of all time.
Who scores the most goals of the year? Okay, that is a fact. Like whoever scores the most goals in that year wins the Golden Boot. But when you come to awards like Ballon d'Or or Defender of the Year, that can be opinion. That they could use stats, but opinions and bias or not could come in regards to like player awards, especially if it's like voted by players or voted by newspaper panels or media. So it depends what award it is. Basically, what I'm saying, like if it's a MVP or most valuable player, that's where I always have a
all subjective, right? Let's play a game. Let's play a game. Fact or not fact? Okay, ready? That just played. Fact or not fact?
Yeah, go on.
Fact, right? We'll do the starts. Fact or not fact?
Facts.
Fact. Minutes played. Fact or not fact?
Facts.
Okay, 90 minutes played. Fact or not fact?
Facts.
Facts. Goals. Fact or not fact?
Facts.
Fact. Assist.
Facts.
Goals minus PKs.
Facts.
PKs.
Facts.
PK attempts.
Facts.
Yellow cards.
Facts.
Red cards.
Facts.
All right, goals per 90.
So
fact. right? All these are facts. Expected. Is this a fact or not
No.
fact? It's not fact. That's correct.
No, it's not a fact.
Not a fact.
It's on the base of some assumption, like by this
Exactly.
way, I'm going to calculate this, correct?
100%.
So just in response to Jan Tran in the chat, so okay, I'm trying not to get into this conversation about stats, but I was gonna say that, you know, I agree with you that stats, you can bring stats up to suit your narrative. That's what everybody does. That's why people are using any sort of, whether it's
talking
stats
to me?
or historical
That is true.
evidence or anything to suit their narrative, to back up what they're saying. Okay. And you can potentially hide other stats, but those stats will still be there. It's not that you can hide it in the sense that maybe you're not bringing them up, but they still will exist. They will still be there and they will still be searchable. So an example would be like how, you know, you can look at somebody, all these different stats on like a player. You can say, okay, well, they have goals, they have assists, they have goal contributing actions, they have, you know, how many, you know, passes they make. They have all of these stats. And maybe to you, in this subjective sense, you're saying that you care a lot more about the goals that they scored and you don't care at all about their goal contributing actions. That's a subjective thing. If you're saying that you yourself, you care only about the goals being scored and you don't care about anything else they're doing. I think that I disagree with that, but I'm just saying that is a subjective thing. But that doesn't change the fact that the stats are still there, whether you want to say that they are or not. They still exist. They're still there. They're still able to be like brought up, you know, and looked at online, whatever it is. They're still there. They still exist.
Correct. They are able to live in their cognitive dissidence all they want, right? They can sit in their confirmation bias and stew all they want, right? Some played well is an opinion. I agree, it's an opinion. But it was perfect explanation, and that's what it is, right? My opinion, if I say Son played well, that's my opinion, right? That's an opinion. That's not a fact. Now, you and I can have a debate, and you can use nothing but feelings, and I can use facts, right? If I say I'm taller than Mari, right? It's a fact.
Jan, I am repeating what you're saying. I'm just building additional context on it. I agreed. I literally agreed with what you were saying, and I'm like building additional context on it. I'm expanding on what you said.
So what I'm saying is the people in the chat that are like that for whatever reason don't like the fact that I'm big upping Son or think the Son's played poorly. When Adiata came on the show earlier and said Son gave the ball away too much, compared to whom? Son was bad at his dribbling. Compared to whom? Because everybody else on the team, out of all the other people he competes with, he gave the ball away less than Kane, less than Richarlison. He dribbled more than Kane, dribbled more than Richarlison. Huh?
Didn't I give Kane 3 out of 10 instead of 4? I gave him lesser rating than Son, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is people come up and they say their reasons for why, their justification for why they think Son has played bad is usually flawed. And when their expectation or their bias doesn't match the numbers, they shit on the numbers in order to protect their bias. And that's called being intellectually dishonest.
That's what I put the beginning.
But Son has been worse than other attackers, right? Maybe that's why people say that he has lesser goal contributions than other attackers.
Less goal contributions, yes, that is true, but not less goal.
I put the disclaimer to
not less goal contributing actions
to his standards, and that's why I don't know if Will answered it. That's why I posed a question. I said, "How do you think Son's playing in regards to his standards, to his
below average?"
Yeah, and that's why I agree. And that's why I said that at the beginning. I said, and I even include Kane. I said they're playing below their average to their standard, which is okay. Like I said, it does happen. Like Messi went through it. You know, like it happens. But you know, and that tells you how great you are of a player when people are like, man, you're not playing to your standard, so they think you're playing like trash, whatever you think that means, or they think you're playing like shit, because they're basing that towards your normal standard. And so, and welcome to the club, because Messi and Ronaldo, they get that. Like when they don't when they don't score, or they like people will harp on them because say, oh, it's not according to their standard. And so I just think the whole front line, more Messi and King, because Kulu is still still new to the team. He came last season halfway, and with Carlson brand new. But we know Son's A game. We know Kane's A game, and it's fantastic. It's like so. I mean, you can only imagine how better we are when they're on their A game. But I guess we're doing okay in some weird way. We're not playing pretty, but we're doing okay despite Kane and Sonny not being their A game best. Should you imagine how we would play if they're? But then there's reasons for that. Like I said, this team is. I don't know what to say, but it's not. Kane and Son. It's much harder for them than Holland to score. Like we could easily, we see Manchester City, and we're like, man, he lucky. Don't Haaland is good, but Sonny and Kane, they got to do much more because they picked Tottenham. The quality of our team. Just to be honest, despite what some people on Twitter think, we got 11 Ballon d'Or players on the field, starting with Ben Davies and Emerson. But it's just. That's why I feel like I'm rating Son by his standard, and I agree with Will. That's how I feel like it's below his standard. And
I'll tell that's easy. Look, and this is really easy to. Anyo, continue. 감사합니다. 왔었어. super chat도 하고. 예, but yeah, it's very easy. I've already told people. I think bad is 6.5 on SofaScore. So if you want to know if I thought Son had a bad game, just go look on SofaScore, and if it's 6.5 or below, then come talk to me, and I'll say yeah. Right? I've clearly defined. Defined.
Well,
yeah.
Son has worse SofaScore rating than Richarlison this season. So on the base of SofaScore, I am right and you are lesser right? Isn't it?
What do you mean?
This season in Champions League as well as in Premier League,
in
Son
Champions League, not in the Premier League.
No, if you take mean values of both the SofaScore ratings, Champions League as well as Premier League,
is that a weighted average or an average?
Average.
just being pedantic now. Nah, man. Two community things. You have league play and you have cup play, right? International competitions. Has Richarlison been better than Son in the Champions League?
Yes.
Yeah, if you take the 8.2 and the 6.4, but has Son been more consistently better than Richarlison? Yes, because the difference between his two performances is lower.
In Premier League, his rating is 6.92, right? And Richarlison says, let me check. It's 6.96, so Richarlison is better than Son. It's saying average SofaScore.
No, right. So
no.
You're being silly.
Saying, no, I'm not being silly. It's
you are being silly.
Can I screenshot something? I can't.
By that definition, then yes, you're correct. But I disagree with your definition.
No, bro. SofaScore rating is saying that, so it has calculated on the base of stats that you back up whenever you argue with anyone, right? Correct? True or false?
No, SofaScore is not the only statistical thing that I use. I've already said this. I literally just said it like 10 minutes ago. The SofaScore, right? I consider the SofaScore's rating average, their live average, that number that they give, right, is more objective, right, than the feeling-based ratings that people give post-match. Yes, that is true.
So on the base of that, Richarlison is better than Son than this season. True or false? 6.9.
Based on that definition, if you're only basing it off SofaScore ratings, right?
Yes.
Then yes, Richarlison has been better than Son this season. If that is true, the case, I haven't checked it myself. But if that, if what you're saying is true,
please check. Yeah, please check. SofaScore. Go
but
to
what
both
I'm
the
saying
profiles,
is,
different
what
tabs.
I'm saying is, right, is that I don't go off of that. That's not how I rate players myself of who's been better this season.
No, but you consider SofaScore as a credible source for stats, right? And that is clearly showing that Richarlison has been better than Son in
Based
Champions
on
League.
their
Clearly,
ratings, hold
7.5.
on.
Yeah.
Based on their ratings, right?
Yeah.
If you were to extrapolate the amount of minutes the Son has versus the amount of Richarlison's minutes have, right? For example, Richarlison can come on as a substitute for 10 minutes and get a rating of a 7.
Yeah.
Right. Now, Son, over a 90-minute game, playing the entire 90 minutes, has more opportunity to make mistakes than Richarlison does in 10 minutes. True or false?
True.
Okay,
But
so does that
I want
7...
to reply to
Hold
that.
on. Is that 7 weighted the same as Son's 6.8?
Just on the base of that.
I'm not moving goalposts here, TB.
No. But I'm not done yet.
Go
I
for
agree with you on that. Okay, so if he plays more minutes, he has more chances of making mistakes. Correct. Absolutely agree. But when he plays more minutes, he has more chances to do better things as well because he is playing more than Richarlison. So he can do a lot more in those 90 minutes as well. Correct. True or false?
True. Question begging epithet, right? I never said SofaScore is right until I feel it's wrong. That's not what I said. You get people got to listen with their earballs, right? Instead of with their gotcha balls. Dude, when did I ever say that SofaScore is the only metric by which I rate players? When did I say that? When did I say that?
No, hold on. Let me
answer the question. When did I say? Answer it.
Because you quoted Son's rating initially when we were
No. Stop. Don't answer. Hold on. Don't answer another question. Answer this question very specifically. When did I say that SofaScore is the only metric by which I rate players?
You did not say that. You did not.
Okay, then why are you holding to me as to a standard I never claimed that I have?
No, you did not say that.
Okay, so who's being intellectually dishonest?
You back up your arguments with the help of SofaScore so many times.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. So that means you find it credible.
Okay. I find Donald Trump to be credible too. Doesn't mean I believe everything that the idiot says.
But we are not talking about politics.
I'm not talking about politics. I can hold something to be credible and not deem it to be
I agree. You don't have to.
Conclusively credible.
I agree. I agree. But
so then stop holding me to that standard then.
No, I'm not holding you to those standards. I'm just saying, just like Mr. DP said, like for the stats wherever it suits your narrative, you like SofaScore. But now, as I showed you that Richarlison has better SofaScore rating than
the opinion's false.
Then it doesn't. No. Hold on. Then it doesn't suit your narrative. Then you say I don't agree with that. That's what Mr. DP said. You like SofaScore till you are proven wrong. That's what he said.
No, that's not true.
You like SofaScore, you dislike SofaScore on the base of your narrative.
Bro.
True or false?
False. And you know why?
Why?
Because you literally just asked me. You got to go?
Yeah, because I got 7:30 B. I got to wake up in about 3 hours. So
All right,
bye, Mari.
Plug your channel real quick, and then I'll finish burying Diata here.
Marvy's first channel, the lounge every Wednesday. Tomorrow, got a big afternoon meeting. I will let people on Twitter know if the show is going to go on tomorrow, because it really depends what time I get home. But normally it's on Wednesdays. So hopefully tomorrow, because there's so much more I want to say, and a lot of it is about Lenik, Daniel Levy, and just because there's some things from this game that I just want to say. But yeah. But other than that, my predicted score for Saturday is we need a bounce back. I'm gonna say it's let's just play real bad. I'm gonna say 3-0. But
Bro, may I ask you a question?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you, bro.
Okay, before I leave, yeah.
What are your views on the ownership? Like, are you Enoch out or you are in?
Oh,
Just
yeah,
asking.
I'm Enoch out. I've been Enoch out.
Yep.
And I don't just say it to just say it. Will knows I've done my research. I've done the standard of just the output. If you own a team for 21 years and what you have put in, let alone
One
we are
trophy.
not a poor club. I live in the same city. I've had friends who work for the big dog, Mr. Joe Lewis, because Tavistock is in Orlando, which makes it even worse for me being Levy out. And so that would be a whole different show. But great question. But I have many reasons why I am Levy out. It's not
Yeah.
because of some, but we could definitely talk about that. And yeah,
No,
love
me
to.
myself, I am myself Levy out, so my opinions are mostly the same as you. So,
Yeah,
you know what
yeah.
I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely leaving out, and
Yeah, we
now
need something new, bro, because we won't be a top four club anymore. If Newcastle are coming up, their owners are ambitious. Todd Bowley looks like Roman Abramovich 2.0. West Ham owner, like that Kretinsky guy, that Czech guy, he's spending money. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
He's spending money, bro.
yeah,
So,
we're
and
not a
yes,
stable
yeah,
club financially. We are a rich club. We may not be in oil. I tell people, oh, we're not oil money club.
we have profits of around 480 million euros actually.
Yeah, we
That
have
too without Champions League football. We are a
yeah,
rich club, bro.
and
Rich
we're
club.
rich. We made money through COVID, and I will explain to people through their pair because people bring in the oil money, right? Oh, we can't use tap stock. Wait. But then how can you use Manchester with oil money? But
Todd
I can't.
Bowley is not
I,
oil owner. Todd Bowley is American owner, isn't it? He's
exactly,
spending money.
exactly. He's not
You know what
a
I
he's
mean?
not a tycoon.
Liverpool owners signed Van Dijk and Allison for 75 million pounds. They are not oil owners, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Leicester
All
City
right.
owners, like they are a well-run club. They have won a Premier League title. They are not oil owners.
yeah. Hundred
Same with
percent.
West Ham spending money. Kretinsky, he's not an oil owner. It looks like
I
he's
agree.
more ambitious than Enoch.
Exactly.
True or
I
false?
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And that's what I try to use, but people are so blind to say, they're not doing illegal
What do you
crimes.
think can be the reason why they are so positive? Is that like they have accepted that nothing is going to change, so they are just trying to
Oh, they
connect themselves
know.
with the club? Is that the
And-
reason?
Someone said it best. We accept the fact that we want the chase to be top four, and we
You do?
allow Levy to put that as our highest ceiling and
Yeah.
nothing more. So we go against our motto. We go against our
Expectations are low.
motto. Yeah, and so
Yeah.
I mean, it is, and you just go on Twitter and you just see the excuses. People telling me, "Oh, I feel great that we're coming in with Ben Davies. You can't do all of what." And for me, I'm just like, but wait, but what before the window, we were saying get a replacement for Ben Davies, get a replacement at right wing back, get this, and it's just I'm not saying Bastoni, but at least like at least an improvement. And so, it's just yeah. But oh man, I would love to talk to you about that, guys. Have a good night,
Yeah,
and
bro.
yeah, come on, Spurs.
Later, buddy.
Night,
Everybody
night.
go subscribe to Mario over there, Mari's Spurs channel, and check out for his show tomorrow. Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. Always love having you on,
Yep.
even if it's just
Nice chatting to you, bro.
to back us up on the whatever. What?
Yep.
You're starting to get my
What?
nerves, bro. Okay, so so this is the last chance. When you posited, right? Because you said that I only use SofaSquare when it's to my benefit, right? When you
Yeah,
posit,
exactly.
hold on, yeah, you posited that Richarlison was better in the league than Son, right? Based on SofaScore, right?
As well as in
I
Champions
said,
League.
I said, if you were to judge it by that standard, then you would be correct. Did I not? Did I not admit that?
No, but you did not agree to that.
Did
standard,
I or did I
right?
not admit that?
You did admit that.
I did, yes. Right? Yeah. Okay. Because 7 or 6.96 is higher than 6.9.
But why aren't you agreeing to that standard then?
Because I disagree with using a metric that is
No, because that
obviously
metric
flawed.
proved that Richarlison is better than Son this season. That's why you moved away from that, isn't it?
Son isn't better than Richarlison this season. So you've added things to the. Hold on. Son has a better, or Richarlison has a better SOFA score rating than Son this season.
On the
That's
base
true.
of what? On the base of stats?
On the basis of his SOFA score rating.
On the base of, yeah. So how is SOFA score rating calculated? On the base of stats
Yeah,
that you
statistically. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So,
agree.
so that means
See the difference?
My
You see-
argument has got more weight, isn't it?
No. Okay, now if you want to extrapolate your argument to Son, Richarlison has been better than Son this season, you see how that's a different argument? Right. Son has a higher, or Richarlison has a higher SOFA score rating than Son. I acknowledge.
Yeah.
That's objective, right? There's no feelings or bias. If I were to reject that claim, I would be delusional. I would be a psycho, right? That's a fact. I don't have a confirmation bias. I acknowledge facts, right? Now, you saying Richarlison's been better than Son this season, different claim, different argument that now exceeds or expands the criteria outside of SOFA score and allows me to make other arguments, right? Right? I can do a modus tollens, modus ponus, right? If P,
So,
then
can you
Q,
bring other stats,
Q,
other websites
therefore
to
P.
back your claim?
I'm sorry? Yeah.
Please do that. To prove
FB
your point.
ref? Sure.
Yeah, please.
All right. Would you like me to make an argument for that? My argument for why Son is better than Richarlison this
whatever
season.
FBref says, the statistics will remain the same, right? Because number of passes made
No,
in
man.
one
There's
website.
way more statistics, bro.
Okay.
Way more statistics, my friend.
FBref is
I mean,
insane.
the common
It has a
statistics
lot of
will be
data.
same, right? Common
Huh?
statistics will be same, right? Number of goals, number of
Yeah, the
passes.
common
they cannot
statistics
change
are
it.
going to be the same. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So this is where we get into the weeds with things, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? Now, see, this is how you think. Rather than accusing me of moving goalposts, which I don't do, by the way. If I do, it's by accident. I'll usually apologize for it. I'm very intellectually honest. You asked me a very specific question. I gave you a very specific answer. I don't pick and choose based on my benefit. Right? That's what idiots do. Let's go Richarlison. Richarlison. So we'll look at 23-24, 22-23, 22-23, get results, bring them up on screen, add a stream. Here you go. All right. So if the criteria was just assists, then
Stats have to be per
Richarlison would
90,
be better.
right?
I'm sorry?
Stats have to be per 90, right?
I mean, I
You
think
can
per
toggle
90
per
is
90.
more. I think per 90 is more fair. But yeah, I'll break that down eventually, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because one has played lesser games, another has played more games. That's why.
Sure, exactly. That's right. And when you get down to the 90 minutes, it makes it more fair, right? So when we're looking at assists, if that was the only criteria by which you were to rate Son and Richarlison, neither of them scored. Richarlison has 1 assist per 90, so he's averaging 1 assist per 90, and Son's averaging 0.2 assists per 90. If you allow me to be kind enough to round up to 1/10 of a decimal place. then yeah, you could say Richarlison's better, but unfortunately, assist isn't the only thing metric by which I look at. Let's look at shots.
I
Toggle
agree.
pull 90.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So goals and assists. So let's say this is how I normally do it. It's how I normally run down when I do an analysis of two players. I think things that are important to me. So things that are important to me, right? And then we can argue about what's important and not important, and we can add things and remove things. But what is important for me is goals, assists. Or to be short would be just goals plus assists minus PKs. I don't think players should get bonuses for being PKs. For most of the time, they don't even win their own PKs. I think if you want to see how a player plays the game, it should be from a live ball option, right? From open play. I think open play is the most fairest rating on a player's ability.
Will.
Yes.
10 seconds on the PK stuff. Should that be taken into account? Whether, like, in what circumstances that guy has scored the penalty? In the last minute, must-win game, must-draw game, and he scores and he saves
That's
his team.
subjective. No. It's penalty or not
Can't
penalty.
be
Did he
taken.
score? Did he not score?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you
But
can
with
add
nerves, your output can change, right? When you are more nervous, it's harder
and
to
it
score.
could not if you have nerves of steel, right? It's all depends on the player, who the person is, yada yada yada, right? It could also change whether an asteroid falls down and smashes the stadium while the guy's taking a penalty. He's going to miss, right? These are all circumstances. These are all, you're just debating ifs now, right? Which is what? That is like modal logic, which is ridiculous. I hate modal logic, but possible universes. But anyway, so I'm just listing the things that I think are important. So goals plus assists minus PKs for me, especially for forwards. This is for forwards, right? Obviously for defenders, it's going to be different. Okay. Then you've got shots on target. I think that these are effective numbers, right? But for me, the most important one is percentages, because then you're looking at totals, right? Shot on target percentage. So 47% of his shots are on target and 33 are. So who's a better shooter? Son, right? Okay, well, we agree on that, right? Another one that I'd like to do is
till now, Richarlison is better and one stat Son is better. True or false?
yeah. So Richarlison's better on assists, right? You could say Son's better on shots on target, right?
Bro, this is all competition or
yeah,
only
all
Premier
competitions in the league, right? Domestic league.
Okay, Champions League as well as Premier League, right?
No, this is just Prem. We're talking about Prem, right?
Can you include both Premier League as well as Champions League?
I can,
That
but
will give
we're
us a
talking two different competitions, my man. Right? That's why a SofaScore gives them two different ratings.
Okay.
Right? You can either SofaScore gives last 12 months, domestic league this year, and Champions League this year. Right? They separate it by competition because each competition is different. So I keep competitions separate. Do that for everybody. Always have, always will. Okay. So then we're looking at completed attempts, right? So obviously Son's done a whole lot more.
Richarlison scored? Like, did he score against Fulham or what?
Richarlison didn't score in the league, my man.
Then how is he ahead on goals and assists then?
He's ahead on assists, bro, because he has 2 assists in the league.
Okay. Okay, he has got 2 assists. Fine. Okay, go on. After shot percentage, go on.
Yeah. Then you've got so another one that I really hold highly is goals per shot and goals per shot on target, right? That shows how clinical you are. Obviously neither of them scored a goal, so it's irrelevant in this case. Pass percentage. You could do percentages here, but I prefer progressive distance, and even in this case Richarlison beats Son, right? Because completion percentages, if it's sideways, backwards passes, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So 3-1 up until now.
Yeah. So then pass types. Here's another one that I like to do. It's not like to do nothing from there. Okay, so goal and shot creation. SCA. These are shot creating actions. These are passes that are played. If you look at if you want to see the actual definition. The definition is two offensive actions.
I got it.
Yeah. Two offensive actions directly to a shot. So it's different than a key pass. A key pass is directly to the shot. This is the second pass to the shot, right? So pass to the pass to the shot. Okay,
I
so
agree.
Son obviously per 90. Richarlison because of that one game. Again, sample size smaller, 5.79, more SCA than Son does per 90, right? GCA per 90 again because he has more assists. He's gonna have that as well, right? But when
Okay,
you
so
look at
4-1 up
totals,
until now.
yeah, totals obvious. And then you get defensive actions. It's a very part of that. Pressures, successful pressure rates per 90. Richarlison's leading that one. So he wins that one as well. Tackles per 90. Son wins that one. Blocks per 90. Son wins that one. Interceptions per 90. Son wins that one.
So
Tackles
overall,
plus
who wins
interceptions.
defensively? Is it Son?
Yeah, Son basically. So out of defensively, it's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 6.
Yeah, out of 6, how many Son is ahead on? 3 or 4?
5 out of 6.
Okay, so Son is better. So up until now, 5-2. Richarlison is 1 on 5. Son is 1 on 2.
That's 5, man. That's 5 right here for Son. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so Richarlison is winning 5-2. On defensive action, Son won. So it became from 5-1 to 5-2.
He's grouped all the 5.
You can't group them all into one, bro. Each one's an individual one. Okay, so the offensive actions is 1, and then so Richarlison's been better in offense, and Son's been better in defense. That's 1-1.
Yeah, I am taking.
If you're gonna group them, you got to group both sides. You can't group offensive and.
No, I'm not saying that. Hear me out. I am saying on goals, assists, then passing, SCA, Richarlison is better, right?
Okay.
Wait,
and
Will,
on shot
defense,
percentage and defensive action, Son is better. So 4-2, not 5-2. Sorry, 4-2.
wait, could you go back to the defense? You said that Son won 5 of them, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tackles.
But isn't Richarlison 2.11 and then Son's 0.93 for tackles?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, all right on that one.
And then,
Or is it Richarlison that was winning on all of those ones?
yeah,
I might have missed it.
Richarlison won all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, he's on top.
So it's actually 5-1, not 4-2.
The 2.63 successful.
Attacking
Son wins
third,
in tackle
5.79.
percentage versus dribblers, but other than that,
Yeah, you're right. I messed
Richarlison.
up. I mixed it up there.
Yeah. Even I messed up. So 5-1 actually, not 4-2. Because this one also Richarlison wins, right?
Yeah, so that
Son
was
is only ahead of him in shot percentage. Apart from that, Richarlison has bettered Son. True or false?
True.
Yeah. Okay, go on. Next statistic.
Possession. So dribble success, percentage 81.8%. And then progressive carries.
Even on possession, he's looking better, bro.
Yeah,
Richarlison is better. Yeah. So 6-1. So another statistic, he's better, Richarlison. So 6-1. Playing time. Let's not.
Playing time same. I mean, this is gonna be a big difference, right?
So,
You get 6 games.
Richarlison has been better, right? I have been proven right even on FB, right? Just on the basis of my eye test.
You are right. Hold on. See, and this is where you're gonna say that Will doesn't have a confirmation bias. Okay, you are right now, right? Because Richarlison now has played 2 games in the league for a significant amount of minutes, or 1 full 90, I think it is. Right?
Yeah, he has played against Fulham. Did
One
he
start.
play entire 90? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, 1 start. Okay.
Yeah.
So 1 game he played a full 90. So in that 1 game he had a very good performance, if I do correct, right? 2 assists.
Yeah.
That was his 8.2 something rating. Right? So that 1 game, right, which gave him a full 90. Before that he only had like 0.7 of a 90, right? In that 1 game, boosted his numbers so much that he has now succeeded Son, right? But yes, you are correct.
True.
By the numbers, as it stands right now,
Richarlison
has been better than Son.
I've been
Only
proven
because of
right.
that 1 game.
Congratulations.
Only because of that 1 game.
Congratulations, guys. Aditya has been proven right. Do you know what I mean?
By the last Premier League game, put
on
you over the
base of
top.
2 websites, and I did not even compare the stats. Only I test, and stats back my point. So apparently, stats
No,
are
no,
good,
no, no,
isn't
no.
it?
The stats back your point based on the total numbers, right? But if you were to go back and you were to look, if you were to remove that one game, so for instance, if we go into Richarlison, right?
Why
Now
should
I want
we
to show you.
remove?
I want to show you something because I brought this up on the show before, right? And I want you to
Why
go to
should we
matches.
remove them?
Huh?
Why
I
should
just
we
want
remove
you to
them?
see something. Okay, look. This one game where he played 90, right, for against Fulham. Okay, in that one game he had 1 assist, 3 shots, 52 touches, right, 7 shot creating actions, 4 dribbles. Okay, his GCA was 1 as well, right? Okay. So you pull
Wait,
that
does that
number
mean
out. If I remove this one match, right? So if I select this match, this match, this match, this match, this match, right? Sorry. And I show you these selected roles. Okay.
Okay.
Who would have been better then?
Then it will be somewhere around equal. Maybe
Son.
Richarlison still slightly better.
No, Son's better. I can tell you because I
Okay.
already know because that's the way I've done it. So that one
Let us
game.
check. Let us check.
Okay, so SCA is how many? 2 plus 2 is what? Plus 2 is what?
No. Compare it with Son. Like, can we add both comparison just like we
we
did
have to,
earlier?
I'll have to go back. I have to hit the back button, right? But 2 plus 2 is what? Let's remember. 2 plus 2 is what? And 1 is what? Right, 2 plus 2 is 4. 1 is 1, right?
Is it per 90?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's his. No, it's not per 90. That's in his total game. In the 17
has to be
minutes that he
per
played, he had 2 shot creating actions, right?
No. Make it per 90, bro.
I can't make it per 90 because this is from one 90-minute match, right? The minutes are 17. This is not a summary.
No. Just like you did earlier, do the same thing but for selected games. Is that possible on this website? Because then comparison will be flawed. Because then you are comparing
You can't
somebody's
do
20
per
minutes.
90 in one game. This is what happened in that match, bro. It's not a total.
Okay, this is not total, right?
It's not a cumulative total. It's just it's a thing. It's just each match. I could do it for Sun as well, right? Yes, you're
No,
right.
but
It's not the same amount of time.
gameplay-
Add that together. 34, 15, 17, 15. That's where the 0.9 comes from. That's what I'm saying,
No,
bro.
but you can't the website calculate it. Like we have to do it
It's basically
ourselves.
190.
Okay, 32, 47, 47, 91. Yeah, okay, around 95.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you could say 4 and then 1, right? 4 and then 1. Before that Fulham game, 4 and then 1, right? And then when you do the same
But
thing with
that's not the
Sun,
right comparison because it's scattered into different games. True or false?
that's true. It's an
This
argument that you
91
can
minutes
make.
is no, but bro, let's do it per 90. What's wrong with doing per 90, bro?
you can't do it per 90?
You
'cause he's only
can't do
played
it per
91
90.
minutes.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about Son then. Let's do it for Son. But bro, then there are some flaws in the website as well that it does not allow. Like flexibility is lacking here, isn't it?
No, dude, there's some flaws in your ability to understand what the website is doing. There's no flaws in your ability to look up 90s in a total, right? In a single match, you can't look up the 90 for that match because it's only recording what happened in that match, man.
Okay.
Are you not getting it?
Okay, fine. Let's calculate for Son per 90. Definitely, he has played more than 90 minutes, right? Up until the West Ham game, right?
Yeah, he played 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, right? So if you look up the same matches, right?
No, he has not played all the 90. No, he has 78, 75, 73. So
Close enough, man. 70, 75 minutes, 78 minutes is close enough to a 90. But what I'm saying, in one game, he had the exact same amount of statistics as Richarlison had. In one game.
No, but it is only SCA. We were comparing all the stats.
Okay, this is all the stats that are available for us when we look at each individual match report, man.
No, can't we compare these two for those two players instead of going back and then clicking separately for Son? Like, bring those two stats on
Okay,
one
so
page for Son, for
all right,
Richarlison, for the games up until West Ham.
Adiata. I went through and I listed it, looked at the numbers even now, admitted that you were right. Okay, but whenever I say provide a thing, you immediately tend to have to move and change the argument until you're right again, bro. You can't just admit that up until the Fulham game, Son was playing better than Charleston. You can't admit it, can you?
Yeah, on the base of SCA, yes, true. I agree. Because we have only compared
All
SCA.
of the
we have
other
not
stuff.
compared
Assists were
Okay,
the
maybe.
same
I
amount of
have not checked,
assists.
but I'm trusting you. Okay,
But
fine.
isn't that unfair with
Fine.
Charleston because he hasn't played as much as Son up until that Fulham game?
I agree.
What do you mean?
Like you were saying up until that Fulham game before he got that first 90, Son was playing better than Richarlison based on all the
Son
stats.
played as good in 190 against Southampton as Richarlison did in all of his little bits and minutes. Yes.
Okay, I see what you mean. Because they add up to 91 minutes.
Exactly.
And in that 90 minutes, he's played there.
Exactly.
I just asked you, and C cubed as well, like arranging the order of all the forwards, right? You put Son on the second place. Now, do you take back those words? Now, I have proven you up until the Fulham game, Richarlison has been better, and you admitted that. So now you take back your words and put Richarlison over Son?
ATT.
Sorry?
ATT.
What does that mean?
At this time.
I don't take back what I
So
said.
you admit that Richarlison has to be above Son, right?
I'll go Kane, Richarlison, Son, Kulusevski. Yeah.
Fair enough.
At this time.
Let's compare Kulusevski and Son. Let's compare Kulusevski and Son then. Son may go down to 4.
We're going to do it at a different time because we've been running the show for 4 hours and it's already way 2 hours past my bedtime. So we'll do Kulusevski next time. C cubed is on this show as well, and unfortunately, when I go, the show goes. So it's not like I'm tapping out to go out anywhere else.
C cubed is like not. I do not change my mind, and also I'm not going to get into that much of a conversation about this. However,
Will did change his mind.
What?
Will did change his mind.
Yeah, okay. I don't know, but but I didn't. So.
If you're basing it on the criteria by which you're stating, which is, I think it's a fair criteria, right? In that one game in Fulham, where Charleston had a good enough performance, right? Right now, per 90, it's the only metric by which Richarlison's better than Son, by the way. It's per 90. Yeah. So, has Richarlison been? So I'll state it again. Let me be clear. Do I think that Richarlison is a better player than Son? No. Do I think that he's a better player overall than Son? No. Is Richarlison statistically better per 90 than Son? Yes.
Season, yes. Yeah.
Yes, he is.
No, I never said Son is a worse player than Richarlison. Never did. I never said Richarlison is fundamentally a better player. I said this season he deserves to start over Son because of the performances. True or false?
False.
Why false? I just proved it, bro, that Richarlison has been better, so he deserves
per
to
90. His per 90 numbers. So you're using a sample size of 1.
Will.
Hold on. Versus a sample size of 5. Right? Full 90s. Right? And you're saying that that's a fair weight.
What about Champions League?
It's not.
In Champions League, both have started 2 games.
Hey, if we were 20 games into the season, right? And Richarlison has played more than, say, like 5 games or 10 games, full 90s, right? Then I would agree with you. I would say, yeah. And we can come back and we'll do it, right? Later down the season, when there's 10 to 15 games under Richarlison's belt.
But Will, I agree with you. But did I ever say that after 10 or 15 games, Son will not improve and not become better than Richarlison? I said right now, Richarlison deserves to start over Son because he has not been playing as good as Richarlison.
No.
Right?
No. Richarlison, no. The logic, okay, do you know what I'm drawing a blank now, I'm getting tired. Non sequitur is? Are you aware what a non sequitur is? It's like when the logic doesn't follow. So you had me agreeing with you when you're saying this, that Richarlison has performed per 90 better than Son. I agree with you right now as it stands, right? I agree. Okay. Now you're taking that and you're trying to inference, right? You're taking a leap that because of that one performance, therefore Richarlison should start more than Son, when that's not the case. Because my reason for Son starting over Richarlison isn't just based on this season. It's based on 7 years of Son playing for this club, right? The expectation and the probability of what Son can do compared to what Richarlison can do, right? So one does not necessitate the other. Okay? Do you get that?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
Well, see, that's what I was actually. So I was going to say this because you're
then in
saying
that case,
based off
Will,
of
my and your criteria for players starting are different. You are basing it on
Exactly,
the base of
bro.
past season
Cool.
as well.
Not a problem.
I am basing it on right now, what players are doing right now. So our
Because I don't
criteria
give
are
a
different.
crap about right now.
Yeah, that's literally the argument I keep making to people because they're like, well, Richie is more on form than Son. I mean, fine, whatever, debatable. You guys can come up with stats and everything. But for me, I'm like, I will put the player that is the best player, not about form, but the best player, which I would say that has the best guarantee, like the best historical evidence that they have to potentially score a hat trick or whatever because they've done it before.
Doesn't Pep drop Kevin
Like,
De
I will
Bruyne
put
many a
that
times?
What?
And when he dropped Raheem Sterling, then he was asked in an interview, like, why aren't you playing Sterling? Sterling has been playing so well for the last 2-3 years. You won league titles with him. He said that was the past. I care about right now. I will only play those players who are
Who are
playing
you
well
talking
at the
about?
moment. That's what Pep said.
Yeah.
Okay, but hold on.
Pep Guardiola.
Okay, but Pep Guardiola contradicts himself all the time. Let me tell you why. He said the exact opposite thing about Kevin De Bruyne.
And he keeps dropping
Right?
many of his good players.
Hold on a second. Go watch his press conferences because people you like to bring up Pep quotes all the time. But Pep self-contradicts himself all the time in press conferences. He can say that about Sterling, right? I believe you because it sounds like something he would say, right? Ask the exact same question about Kevin De Bruyne, and his quote was, and I quote, right? I've trusted him for years. I'm going to trust him now. Okay, so what? It's completely different. So Kevin De Bruyne gets a pass. Kevin De Bruyne gets a pass because he's trusted him for years. Yeah. Sterling doesn't, sits on the bench because he's not playing right now. Next one. Hold on. Next one is I don't care about the stats. Hold on. Stop for a second. Hear me out. Next one is on stats. He said, I don't care about the stats, blah, blah, blah. Next press conference, right? The stats said, right? So if you don't care, you either care or you don't care, right? You can't do both at the same time. Okay? It's a contradiction. He self-contradicts himself all the time, right? So you can't cherry pick a Pep quote and say that that's the proper way of doing things, right? When I'm picking players for a team, I'm going to go pick the best player, not the player in best form. Right? Unless it's like a large sequence of events, like 14 weeks without scoring.
Players,
14 weeks without scoring. 14 weeks without scoring. That would be a time to set somebody.
Listen, see, Salah is fundamentally a better player than Jota or maybe some other Liverpool player, Firmino. But Klopp does drop Salah many a times. But he's fundamentally better. Similarly, Pep does drop Kevin De Bruyne.
When does Klopp drop Salah?
In some of the Premier League games, when he was rotating the team, he was dropping.
When he's injured, when? When last season did Mohamed Salah get rotated?
No, statistically, I don't know. But when I watch matches, he rotates his team. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. No. He doesn't. Right?
Okay.
He doesn't. He factually doesn't.
Hasn't Pep Guardiola dropped Bernardo Silva and Phil Foden?
Dropping them for 1 or 2 games, bro, for that being injured is nothing. Salah always plays. Look at the number of starts he had last season. In fact, he played more games than hardly anybody.
Example on Salah, just for factual correctness, is that Salah was rotated not dropped, rotated, because Liverpool is a different situation. Liverpool actually went and was competing across 4 campaigns last season all the way to the end, right? So Salah started to get more rotated at the very, very end of the season because they had already been competing in 4 fronts. And Salah went down 2
He was
grand.
injured.
He
The end of
came
the
off.
season, he was injured.
That's what I'm saying. He came off in the game. So then by the next
And
game,
what about De
because
Bruyne?
even though he was mostly okay, in order to make sure that he was going to be okay for the Champions League final, okay, Jurgen Klopp, he like rested him for most of the last game of the Prem because he wanted to save him for the Champions League game. But
Look, I mean, look, this is
what
easily.
happened was he still ultimately brought him off of the bench at the very end. He still ultimately brought him off of the bench, which is why he was able to.
When I am saying that play Richarlison over Son, I'm not saying just ban Son from Tottenham Hotspur. I'm saying use him as well, but rotate. That's what I said.
Yeah, but we've never. I mean, I don't want to speak for Will, but I think that we'll have said this before, and I've said
I've
this.
never said don't
We don't have a
rotate players.
problem. We don't have a problem with rotating him, but rotating and resting is
Different than
different
dropping.
from dropping. Because what you're referring to, everybody can call it rotating, but that's not what they mean. What they're talking about
What
is
else do I mean?
dropping because
He sucks. I want him out and somebody else in. That's what that means.
You are
I don't
dropping
mean
him
that.
and putting him on the bench because you think he is playing badly.
No. Hold on. No. I did not say that. Like, I have nothing personal malice against any player. I'm just saying play players on form, because if you keep playing the same player who is not playing to his ability at the moment, then his confidence is only going to reduce. So rest him for 1 or 2 games, and then start. Then if he does well coming off the bench, then again start him. Do like
No,
that.
man. How many games are in
Make
a
some changes.
rotated player? How many games are in a season? 38, right?
6 and 2.
Look, a rotated player is Jota. Jota had 27, right? Starts. Okay. And he played in 35 games. Okay, so he played in almost every game, but he didn't start except for 27. So he's a player who is rotated in and out. Okay. Mohamed Salah had 30 starts out of 30. It means 8 games he didn't start. He played in 35. The other 3 games he was injured, and some of the ones where he came off the bench, it was because he was injured, right? Only towards the end of the season, when they needed him for Champions League, did they rotate him out, and that was because he was coming off what? An injury. If he would have been fit, he would have been playing in those games at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Fact.
Well,
Okay.
and what you were saying, you're saying that you don't mean to bench him. You're saying that you are talking about rotating. Again, you're saying those words, but you just said he's off form. If your reasoning for wanting for him to not start
That's a fact.
because
He
of being
is off
form,
That's a
then
fact.
It's not a fact.
Because statistically, I just proved
then that
he has been worse
automatically,
than
just
Richarlison.
listen, I'm not done speaking. Then that automatically is the definition of benching. If you are saying that he should sit on the bench or not start or whatever, because the reasoning for that is because you believe he is off form, which is what you said. You said a player that is off form, right? Then that is the definition of benching. That is not the same thing as rotating.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? Because
Because
rotating
Son is not going to the bench forever. He is going to start in some other game. So that's rotation, no? Rotation means starting, benching. You are not
But the reasoning
permanently
for it
changing
is
his character.
no, the reasoning for it is different because you already said you said because he is off form, an off form player. That is the reason behind it. But that is not the same thing as rotating, because rotating a player is not about the fact that they are off form or not off form, or the opinion that being off form or
Hey, look,
off
I want to show you the difference. I want to show you the difference here. This is Manchester City, and this is a team that Pep doesn't rotate everybody. Obviously, Everton doesn't get rotated.
De Bruyne 30
Cancelo
starts,
doesn't get rotated. Kevin De Bruyne was
No,
injured.
25.
Okay?
25.
Kevin De Bruyne was injured.
No, he wasn't injured. He was on the
He was
bench.
2 injured last season.
2 injuries, not 2 months or not 3 months. 2 injuries.
No,
right?
he missed. Dude, he only played in 30 matches, bro.
Yeah, so
Okay,
5
look at the
games he should not
difference.
start.
Look at the difference between the rotated players: Grealish, Sterling, Gundogan, right? Walker, right? Mahrez. These are players that are rotated, okay, in Pep system. Go to the previous season before that if you want to see it. Okay. Kevin De Bruyne,
But for a
23,
player like
injured
De Bruyne,
again.
if he's available for 30 games, ideally he should be playing all the 30 games. But he only played 25. So that means even he was benched. True or false?
Because he was injured, bro. Look at the
Because
season when he
he's one
wasn't
of the best
injured.
midfielders in the world. No, out of 30 games, not out of 38 games. I am saying 30 games. Even out of 30 games, 25 start. For a player like him, should ideally not be there. It should be 30 starts. He's that good. But he still only
He was
started 25 out of
injured,
30
dude.
games. Out of 30 games, not out of 38. For 30
Bro,
games,
he
he was
started
injured.
25 out of 30. You players get worked back in when they come off injury. You don't come off an injury and just start and play 90 minutes. That doesn't happen, bro. Like, seriously, the arguments you gotta think before you argue.
No, but don't.
Right? A player
Son,
comes
Kane
back from injury.
start to play directly when they come back from injury.
Okay,
They
so
start to
Son got
start
rotated
games.
last season then by your logic, right?
No, he did not get rotated.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. No.
35 games, man.
So he did not get rotated, right?
Oh, he missed 3 games, bro.
Injury. He started all games, no?
Yeah, all the games that he was fit to start, he started.
Exactly. So when he came back from injury, he wasn't on bench. That just falsifies your logic. You said about De Bruyne. Whenever players come back from injury, they are on the bench initially, then they start. True or false? True. True or not? True, bro.
It depends. When was Son injured? He was injured. He came back after international breaks, right? The times he was injured
He
was
had
before an
COVID
international
too.
break.
Did he get COVID at one point last season?
He missed 1 from
No, I
COVID.
don't think so. He just got that injury.
2 for injured. Missed 2 games
And
off
he
for
started
injury.
directly. He was not on the bench.
And he actually Adiata, because in the cup games he did come off the bench after his injury in the first game he plays. League game was the next game. You got to think about what you're saying before you say it, bro. Seriously. When Son got injured and when he came in and when he came in as a substitute and how many times was he rotated out of cup games? All the time. He played less cup games than anybody. Right? He was rotated a lot last season. Right? Rested. Right? Worked back into the
35
team.
out of 35 starts, bro.
There's more games than just the league, bro.
Well, can you translate what Vempasel has said?
Van Pissel said Kane, 2 games off form. Kane's had 2 games off of form. So that means that by your logic, Kane should be the one rotated. Don't you think, Adiato?
Is that question to me?
Yeah. Kane has been off form for 2
If Kane
games.
is worse
So
than
by this
Son,
form,
no, hold on. If Kane has been worse than Son, yes, then he should be dropped. I agree. Then Son, Richarlison, Kulusevski should start. I agree.
yeah. By how recent a form? 2 games, 3 games, 1 game, 5 game?
In general, like 4 or 5 games, maybe 4 or 5 games. That is
Okay,
enough.
so what do you do if a player hasn't played 4 or 5 games and you just guess?
Bro, come on.
That's what I'm saying. Richarlison for me was a punt up until right now. When Richarlison scored against the game that he had. Hold on. Hear me out.
After 12 or 13
Hold
games,
on.
if this
I'm
Let him finish.
speaking,
Let him
bro.
finish. Let him finish.
When Richarlison played the game that he had against Fulham, and when Richarlison played against Marseille and he scored the 2 goals, I said he should start over Kulusevski. Right? I said Richarlison should start. I don't think the Richarlison should start in front of Kane or Son. Right? But Kulu, sure. Right? Because Kulu performances, if you go look at SofaScore, other than Southampton, have been pretty dang bad. Lower than Suns.
Let me check.
Do that.
Okay, Champions League
I've said this
6.655.
before. I think that all 4 of them should
Okay, fine.
start.
I agree. Yeah, Kulusevski
All
has
4
been worse. Okay,
are.
fine. Kulusevski should be
Yeah.
dropped then. I agree.
No,
I agree.
Okay,
I agree
boom,
with
there you
what
go.
Keith was saying. I think all four should start.
All 4 of them should start.
Kulusevski, right wing back.
Becky,
No,
Becky
but
should
by
play-
Adianta's logic, he agreed that Kulusevski should be the one to sit because he's the one who's in the worst form right now.
I agree. Yes.
All right, cool.
Then
That's the show, folks. I'm getting the hell out of here.
I fully wrote, like, in this time, as you guys were debating all of this, I fully wrote 3 verses of my stat remix. Baby Got Back
I
stat
don't pay
remix.
attention to the chat.
I will send to you, Will, so that you can
Send it to me. I'll record it.
You'll record it?
Baby got chat. Stats.
Hey, it's not, I think that I did okay. It's my magnum opus.
You need the right music though.
My masterpiece. My magnum
Venom,
opus.
bro, Venom. Is that Venom's voice or not?
What?
Yeah.
Speak like Venom, bro. Venom.
Who? What?
You what?
Venom.
Venom.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For some reason, I had all about the Benjamin stuck in my head. I don't know if it's music or not. What you want to do? Want to be baller, shot caller, brawler? Who be dipping in the bin with the spoilers on the low from the Jake and the Taurus? Trying to get my hands on some grands like Horace.
Oh, so you can rap. You have the flow, right?
I can do.
So you will record my
I can do
my
some
magnum opus.
CQ, which city do you live in United States?
What?
Which city do you live in United States?
I live in the U.S. Yes, I live in the Bay Area.
We in
Sorry,
California. She lives in California. I live in Georgia. We are gonna end this one though. Thank you guys, folks at home.
5 hours.
Bye, CQ. Bye.
4.5 hours. I gotta get out of here, dude. It's way past my motherfucking bedtime.
Yeah. Well, when you're talking about stats, I like big stats, and I cannot.
Adiada, don't forget this next time. You gotta remember now.
Yeah, man.
You got clip it, everybody, clip it.
I teach once, and then the next time I just get pissed off.
Clip it.
I have patience once, and the next time I just...
on here with
Will, one last question.
Oh no!
Quickly.
Are you shocked by the stats comparison on FPREF between Son and Richarlison? That Richarlison was better.
Yeah, like I said, I hadn't updated my sheet in like a couple weeks, right? So yeah, I was not aware that the game against Fulham placed Richarlison above Son in the per 90 categories. I was not aware. I am now aware. Did you notice that once I saw the data, I acknowledged it rather
That's
than...
why debates and discussions are always important.
No, that's why data is important.
Yeah, data. Yeah, definitely. Why not?
Because without the data, I wouldn't have conceded. Right?
Yeah.
That Richarlison was
sure,
better
man.
per 90 than Son.
C cubed has still not conceded.
Conceded what?
Whatever.
I think she would acknowledge. I think she would acknowledge that as it stands right now, Richarlison has better statistics than Son per 90.
Yeah, I didn't like.
He said yes.
No, but I didn't say that I would change my opinion. Like, I've literally said that. I said that, like, because you're trying to ask me if I changed my opinion in regards to, or how I would play them if I felt like Kane was what order? Kane, Son, Decky, Richie, right? And you were trying to get me to change my order. And I said, no, I'm not changing my order. Maybe Will is changing his order. I am not changing my order. I still maintain that Kane, Son, Richie, and Decky is the order that I would play them in if I had to choose. But I don't think that I would even choose that way. I would actually start all 4 of them and drop Emerson is how I would actually.
I agree.
But like, if I was looking at it, if you have to force me into an order like that, I already said the reason for me choosing Son over Richie and Decky is because Son's ceiling is higher as a player.
That's a logical reason.
is higher as a player than Richie and Decky. He has proven, not this season, over the span of years, that it's possible, and in some cases, probable at times, for him to pull off some magic out of nowhere. That he could play badly and grab the ball and just run with it and then make a goal happen. He has proven that in the past. Richie and Decky have both not proven that yet.
That is a JTB argument, but we will save that for next time. And that's Justified True Belief, by the way, if you don't know.
Okay. It was nice talking to you, man. Well, very nice.
Yeah, anytime, brother. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Folks at home,
You too.
I'm getting the fuck out of here. Stay strong.
Bye-bye.
Stay Spurs. We will see you guys fucking next time.
We'll be right back.